All right, so I'm going to go through birthdays. We're waiting for you to call in. Today is Tuesday, August 31st. And is it his birthday, Nick?
No, I thought that was the answer. I was looking that up.
Oh, okay. Sorry. No, it's
not the answer?
It's not the answer,
Okay.
and it's not Jonathan Davis of Korn's birthday.
Oh.
No.
But you thought it was Jonathan Davis?
Jim Davis is the author of Garfield.
Correct.
That's where I got confused.
That is not
Jonathan
the
Davis, we're just thinking about you.
Garfield's owner is the lead singer of Korn.
Yes. Yes. I actually have an update on him coming up because he has COVID.
Yeah.
So we'll talk about that later on. So it's not just happenstance that you brought up Jonathan Davis.
Totally
this
on
morning.
purpose.
So birthdays today, not including Jonathan Davis of Korn. By the way, my kids showed me a video yesterday. There's there's a gazillion people with the little TikTok niches, and this guy will watch videos and he purposely finds ones that have corn in them.
Yes.
And at any point, like corn on the cob comes up, he'll just start going. He'll start doing that whole routine.
Yeah, I like
awesome.
that. Yeah.
So birthdays include Richard Gere. Richard Gere is 72 years old.
Kathy's
today.
crush.
I should probably post my boyfriend shot with him.
Yeah.
For his birthday. Wish him a happy birthday.
You took a nice photo with him.
Yeah.
And he was originally not going to be like hanging out for pictures, but I think he had a really good interview. So he took the picture with you. It was good.
He kind of came in. He was a little bit quiet, just sat at the microphone, and then after the interview was like, "Yeah, sure, come over, come on, let's take a picture." Like put his arm around me.
I think once I said, "Listen, old man, I watched your goddamn movie. Now give us a picture." No, it was a good movie he was promoting.
You know who who has an issue with him is Mark. Oh my God, why am I drawing a blank? Double Dare.
Yes.
Mark Summers?
Thank you. Yeah,
What, he does?
He got on a plane one time, and Mark.
Mark does not suffer any mistreatment.
Mark does not deal if anybody gives him a hard time. And he got on a plane, and he was going to be sitting next to Richard Gere in first class, and he was about to sit down, and Richard Gere looks at him and goes, "Oh, no, not you." Yeah.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Richard Gere is known to have a bit of attitude.
That's true.
He's got
That's
a
true.
reputation. He was very pleasant when he came by
Absolutely.
here.
Well, Mark Summers wasn't here. That's why.
Maybe that's why. But anyhow.
And that's all you need to say to Mark.
Yeah, oh, my God. He
You're
will
done
hate
now.
you till the day you die.
That's it.
Richard Gere is 72 today.
I like that.
The great Itzhak Perlman, violinist, considered one of the greatest alive. He turned 76 years old today.
He, I believe, was the violinist for Schindler's List, the soundtrack that John Williams used. Yes.
Wow. Yeah, he's incredible. And when you see him do, he can play very passionate, obviously.
Yes.
But when he does his showy stuff with speed and the higher notes, it's incredible that a human being can do what he does. So he's 76 today. It's Deborah Gibson's birthday today.
My cousin is with her right now.
Your cousin is with her right now?
Right now in Vegas, they're performing. She's performing with...
Oh, your dancer cousin.
Yes, my dancer cousin. Oh my God, who is she performing with? One of the boy band guys. I forget.
From NSYNC?
Who is it? They did an album together.
Is it like Jordan Knight or
Joey
I'll look it
Fatone?
Okay.
Nah, it's got to be a new kid.
Is it a new kid?
Why do you think it's a new kid?
Because it's around the same time.
Era?
She did a duet with Jordan Knight, Casey, back in 2006.
Joey McIntyre.
Is it Ringo?
Is it Ringo?
Debbie Gibson and Ringo?
I'll bet you it's Joey McIntyre.
Oh, come on.
He was
who
the
is
youngest,
it?
right?
Yeah, he was dreamy, Preston.
Hold on.
Definitely the heart.
Marissa
have it?
has got some insight.
I do happen to know that Joey has a residency in Vegas right now, if that could be it.
Maybe that's
it's
it.
not him. I'll find it.
Debbie
I was
Gibson and
right.
Joey McIntyre live in Las Vegas.
All right.
Marissa's right. 1-0. Marissa against Kathy.
Oh, no. It's not a contest.
Yes.
I just stalk him on Instagram.
So I guess I really didn't think it was him, but she released a song with him, I guess. So now they're performing in Vegas, and my cousin is there, and he's doing like what he did when they were 6.
Gina Shock, drummer of the Go-Go's.
I always loved her.
64 today.
She had a cool look.
Yeah, she did. And the documentary's great. We've mentioned it several times on the air here.
She was one of the only people that really was proficient at her instrument when she joined the band.
Yeah, when she got in, they were like, wow. And she had a work ethic, too.
Yes,
she was like, we are going to practice, and we're going to practice really hard. And they were like,
Right.
what?
Well, what's with
She
you?
was like, no. We're going to play. We're going to get it right. And so she kind of whipped them into shape, to be honest. Yeah, solid. She is 64 years old today, so happy birthday to Gina Shock. It's also Van Morrison's birthday today, the legendary Irish singer, musician. He is celebrating number 76 today. You've seen him a few times, right?
A number of times. It's not just because my name is Morrison. He's great. One of the weirdest memories I have of Van Morrison was seeing a concert at the Spectrum
in the daytime,
in the middle of the afternoon.
Yeah, he
would
do
2 o'clock.
He would do matinee shows.
Yeah, and you're there, and as somebody would go out to whatever, the bathroom or concession, the curtain would pull back and light would come streaming, and you're like, oh my God, that's right. Yeah. It's daytime.
You were just not used to seeing concerts in the day. Yeah.
No.
I have a friend who's a professional bartender, and Van Morrison used to live in San Francisco, and he would come in all the time and would just regale everybody with stories. It was completely pleasant. People would come up and ask for pictures, autographs. My friend Dennis said he could not have been a nicer guy.
I love him, and there's at least a couple of songs in every concert, Preston, where he walks from instrument to instrument and plays them all.
Does he really?
Yeah.
He's talented. He's like, there are a handful of people out there that can show you. You don't know that they can do all of that.
Yeah.
And he's one of those guys. So he's 76. Glenn Tilbrook, another great musician from Squeeze, great songwriter.
Love that band.
Yep.
I saw him do a number of solo shows. There was a point where he and his counterpart, Tifford, were having a tiff, and we're not on speaking
Gifford,
terms.
I'm sorry, Gifford and Tilbrook.
Yes, Frank Gifford.
Chris,
Kathy Lee
Difford.
Difford.
Chris Difford.
Tifford and Gifford, and then there was Clifford, who's a large red dog.
Difford, Clifford, Gifford, and Difford.
But they
Gifford
were
is the
both
one guy that goes in Tempted. It's your story.
They were both performing Squeeze songs on, these small shows, and they finally just said, let's just get back together.
Yeah, probably a good idea if they're the team.
Since we have this huge red dog now.
He is 64 today. Another musician, Rudolph Shaker, guitarist of the Scorpions, is 73 years old, and I always liked the Scorpions. They were just... You don't realize, besides Rock You Like a Hurricane, there's a lot of songs that they have.
So a mainstay of rock, at least rock radio years ago, the Scorpions would be played constantly.
Casey, pull up The Zoo. That's one you never hear that often, and it's like, man, I forgot about that one. Play that.
It's good.
Yeah, I like this. This and Big City Nights is another really good one. Still Loving You.
It
has an abrupt
I didn't
ending.
want you to stop it. It's just getting
you're
good.
naming all these things, so I grabbed Big City Nights.
Okay.
Don't say any more titles, and I won't grab
I'll stop
them.
saying. I hear.
Stop it.
We'll no longer say title. Rudolph Schenker is 73 today. It's also another metal guitarist, a guy named Reb Beach. Now, Reb, our first came into my radar was when he was with Winger, because he plays some seriously ripping guitar solos. If you listen to eventually getting to the guitar solo in this song, it's got a really badass lead. But he also played with Whitesnake and Alice Cooper and Dokken.
Do you think solos like that will ever come back into rock? I know everything is cyclical.
They do. They are in like progressive rock,
Right.
But mainstream,
like Dream Theater and stuff like that?
Yeah. But mainstream stuff, maybe someday,
Yeah.
but not now.
It seems like almost an impossibility right now, but
It went from these ripping, shredding guitar solos, and then Nirvana came in and said, "No more guitar solos." And the same thing with Pearl Jam and the whole Seattle scene. Even though those guys are great guitar players, they really pared it back. Which, you know what? To be honest, we needed it in rock music. We needed that kind of.
change.
It
became predictable. Though I always did. Every band had to have an Axeman. It had to have a guy who could really bring that.
Yep. So Reb is 58 today. Two more birthdays. Chris Tucker, the actor and comedian. Fifth Element, the Rush Hour movies, and so on. He came by the studio one time. He was a really laid-back, really nice guy.
He was a good dude, and the word at that time was that he was difficult, and he couldn't have been nicer to us.
He was
no
really
kidding.
sweet. He's 50 years old today. And then the last birthday is Marcia Clark, the prosecutor in the O.J. Simpson murder trial. and she turns 68 today. Happy birthday to everybody celebrating a birthday today. All right, we'll see if we can get an answer to this question. What is the last name of Garfield's owner, John? 215-263, WMMR is the number. Our caller we're going to go to now is Brett, and let's see if he knows it. Hey, Brett, good morning.
Good morning.
All right, Brett, what is John's last name from Garfield?
Arbuckle.
Arbuckle, yes. Hang on, Brett. We're going to set you up with the digital download of Snake Eyes G.I. Joe Origins. What critics call the best G.I. Joe movie yet. The iconic hero Snake Eyes rises to become the ultimate warrior in the battle against Cobra. Buy it on digital today with all new special features, a bonus short film, and more. And it's rated PG-13 from Paramount Pictures.
Check out the big brain on Brad.
You got it. All right, so we'll go through some stories here for you, starting with Zoe Kravitz and Channing Tatum. They are officially a couple.
Yeah!
Us Weekly has confirmed it. This comes after weeks of rumors. A source exclusively tells us of the actors. Channing and Zoe are dating. They connected while working on their upcoming film, Pussy Island.
Pussy Island.
Yes.
Yes. Which is, we have yet to determine what Pussy Island is about.
Nope.
We assume it's an island that looks like a large vagina.
No, it might be cats.
Oh, that's true. Yes, cats, of course.
Oh.
So this is perfect timing because just by happenstance over the weekend, I watched the second Magic Mike movie. And Nick, you said you saw that.
Yeah.
Listen, I don't quite get it, but and I'm not sure what exactly I watched. I felt like I went to the whole movie is basically a male dance review.
You're not sure if it's a movie.
It seems like there's really nothing there.
Yeah.
Other
There's
than
no story. It's just the show.
a lot of sitting around talking, and then a lot of pelvic thrusting into women's faces, and big presentations. And I can't say that I hated it.
I went with two women, and they loved it. So, we all left the theater in a good mood because they were in a great mood. So, why not? A little eye candy.
There's stuff, Nick, and you'll agree to this, that Channing Tatum does to these women. Like Preston, standing on the chair, thrusting, flipping around. You would F someone in half if that's the way you approach sex.
Speaking of Channing Tatum, totally different than the movie. What was it that you just mentioned? Magic Mike 2.
Yes.
My daughter turned me on to a movie that Channing Tatum is in, and it's called The Book of Life. I had never seen it. It's an animated movie, and it's great. And he voices one of the main characters.
He's really talented. He's good.
Guillermo del Toro produced it, and it's really, really well done, but I had never seen it. It's no Pussy Island.
I was so intrigued by Pussy Island. If anyone has any idea what it's about.
It might be cats, man. 'Cause you know, some of those island nations, remember when we were on Anguilla or St. Martin, it was overrun with cats.
Yeah.
They're all over the place, so it very well could be that. I don't know.
Yeah, when I was in St. Lucia,
near the Butthole Islands,
they had these little. I mean, at the resort that we were at, they had a bunch of different restaurants. A bunch of different restaurants, and there were definitely cats at the restaurants. Not our maitre d's.
No, for the longest time. So you're familiar with Dirty Dancing, obviously, the Catskills. If you ever went up to a resort in upstate New York, around the restaurant, in the actual place where you were eating, cats were walking because they were there to take care of the mice problem.
Yeah,
and so
I'd rather have cats than mice and rats.
Here's the conceit of Pussy Island. Frida, who is Kravitz, is a young, clever Los Angeles cocktail waitress who has her eyes set on the prize, philanthropist and tech mogul Slater King, who's Channing Tatum.
Slater King, that sounds like a name.
When she skillfully maneuvers her way into King's inner circle and ultimately an intimate gathering on this private island, she is ready for a journey of a lifetime. Despite the epic setting, beautiful people, ever-flowing champagne, and late-night dance parties, Frida can sense that there's more to this island than meets the eye, something she can't quite put her finger on.
On. Steve.
I can't put my finger in it.
On it.
Oh, on it.
On it.
You still have it wrong.
But it says it's something terrifying.
I'm sure it is.
Those are the last
You remember the first time?
It was a little scary.
Wait a second. I'm up to my wrist.
What am I doing here?
I'm up to my elbow.
A little scary that first time. So anyhow,
Pussy Island.
It says the source said they both thought that the other was cool, fun, and attractive, but never acted on it because they were never single. They drew close on set, and things turned romantic fast.
He is actually really funny too. I love the Jump Street movies. In the second Jump Street movie, there's a scene where he finds out that his partner accidentally has been sort of banging his police captain's daughter. And they go off. It seems like it goes on for 6 minutes where he's going, oh, like he's saying, yes, oh my God. He's walking around. And then, the boss is just looking at him. It's Ice Cube. And then he just finally sits down and goes, oh, okay. But it's such an extended, very well done comedic scene. He's really good at it.
The source continues to say they both have a lot in common. They're both very active and love outdoor sports and being in the outdoors. They both work in Hollywood, but like being off the grid, too. And that's why the recent upstate getaway was so great for them.
Oh, I'm glad it was good for them.
She's recently divorced from Carl Glusman, finalizing their split August 25th. And Tatum recently split from Jessie J, who he dated after divorcing Jenna Dewan.
In this picture, he's wearing a System of a Down shirt.
Yeah, we'll see where this goes. Kate Middleton and Prince William may be making a major move, according to reports in The Sun and the Daily Mail. The move seems to be a problem of convenience and their desire to be closer to the Queen. According to The Sun, the Cambridges have been eyeing up properties in Windsor that would be suitable for their 3 children, Prince George, Princess Charlotte, and Prince Louis. The family currently splits their time between London's Kensington Palace and their Norfolk estate, Anmer Hall. According to a source, he said Anmer Hall made sense while William was a helicopter pilot in East Anglia.
A lot of people forget that.
And it was useful for Christmases and at Sandringham, but it doesn't really work anymore.
It just doesn't work anymore.
It's a little too far away for the weekends.
Too far away. We're thinking of all coalescing our homes on Pussy Island.
Could you imagine the crier welcoming people to...
That's my bell.
Where is your bell?
Welcome the royal family to Pussy Island.
I can't believe we're still on this.
We'll never get off of this.
Strap in, because
we'll
be around all morning.
They said Windsor is a perfect
There's something very different about this place. I can't quite put my finger in it.
On it,
I meant.
If they do move, part of the plan will reportedly have the pair take on additional royal responsibilities.
We really need to trim back those hedges.
William is next in line for the throne after his father, Prince Charles. The 95-year-old queen has reportedly leaned on her family in the wake of her husband, Prince Philip's death in April. So
they should get a place with one of those, what do they call, mother-in-law suites like you have, Case, with your mom.
Yeah.
Put the queen in the basement.
Yes.
Hand her the remote.
Send her down. Yeah. She'll be very, very happy.
Great. I'm watching Matlock.
Kim Kardashian is showing support for Caitlyn Jenner, whose episode of on Netflix, Untold, has dropped. Casey was telling us about that the other day. The 5-part sports-focused docuseries features the former Olympian and reality star and also tells the story of the 71-year-old's past struggles with identity. Kim, her stepdaughter... her stepdaughter took to Instagram stories on Sunday, writing, "Watch Untold," atop one photo, and she added in another slide, "Wait this doc through."
The first time that Caitlyn had to sit down, I forget who it was with Diane Sawyer, I think maybe, and that initial thing where everyone was sort of confused and didn't know quite what was going on, that conversation, I think, went a tremendous way to showing just how conflicted Bruce at the time was throughout the early life, and this wasn't just, hey, I'm going to take this out for a spin. Right. This is something she now, Caitlyn, had always felt.
Right. Meanwhile, Kim got trolled on social for listening to her ex-husband's new album Donda on mute.
Yeah.
She posted pictures of herself listening to Kanye West's latest, and the volume was turned all the way down, so some people pointed that out.
How could they tell? I didn't see the picture. My son was telling me about it.
I didn't see it either.
Okay. Casey, you were telling us that we need to listen to... This is for later, I guess? Or?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. So here's the deal. When I sent that text and when I talked to you guys about it last night, I had listened to it. Since then, I have heard some things about the title track.
Are we talking poopity scoop territory, or
no? It's about his mom.
I didn't know that prior to when I heard the track. I was like, this is dumb. It is crap. Why are you wasting my time with 49 seconds of this nonsense?
All
now,
right.
So I can play it for you, and because we don't have to spend a whole lot of time on it. But
right.
This is the title track from Donda, and so before you judge, there is a story behind this.
Do we need to know the story so we can?
Artie.
Actually, that is a nice tribute.
Yeah.
If you look into the now, upon the surface, you put it on, you listen to it, and you go, "What the hell is this?" But with explanation, in an artistic point of view, that's very sweet, actually.
Yeah.
So
exactly. So I
It
didn't
goes
know.
into this.
Oh, stop it!
No, it's. The thing. By the way, not to go too much into Kanye territory, but did I think the music company released the album before he was ready to have it released? Correct.
Oh, I don't know any of the story.
But regardless, it's already selling incredibly.
Okay, good.
All right, cool. So anyhow,
Donda.
She was listening to it. Kim was listening to it apparently with the volume all the way down. Maybe it's just that part she had to turn down.
This is stupid.
You know what I mean? Let me get past this. So, all right. What else I have here for you? Oh, Jon Stewart's new current affairs series. The Problem with Jon Stewart officially has a premiere date. He will return to. It says Stewart's return to news. There we go.
It's going to be. Okay. Sorry.
Will premiere on Apple TV Plus on September 30th, followed by new episodes every other week. The series' official podcast will also be available that same day on Apple Podcasts, with new episodes dropping every week. Now, the tease for the series features John getting ready for the show while 24K Magic by Bruno Mars plays. And he's putting on a suit and he's getting all dressed and everything. All of a sudden he looks in the mirror and then he freaks out. And he's like, "Dear God, what happened? The hell happened to my face?" And then he says, "Why would I go back to a visual medium?" Because he hasn't shaven or anything.
No,
he's unshaven and all that stuff. The Problem with Jon Stewart is described as a multiple-season, single-issue series that aims to dive deep into the most important topics in today's America. According to Apple's press release, in the show, Stewart will be in discussion with people who are impacted by the issue, as well as those who have a hand in creating the impact. Together, they will discuss tangible steps that can lead to a solutionary path forward. The show's companion podcast will extend each episode's conversation featuring the staff members. And The Problem with Jon Stewart is part of his multi-year deal with Apple TV Plus and is hosted and executive produced by Stewart through his Busy Boy Productions.
So Apple TV, Apple Plus, the biggest show right now has to be Ted Lasso, right?
I would think so.
With all the nominations and everything.
Yeah.
And then you have Mythic Quest, which does very well.
Yeah.
But,
I'm not really watching. Servant is the only other thing that I've watched on Apple.
There's
Plus.
that show called C with Jason Momoa, and it's about, the future, the blind. And I watched it for a bit, and it's It really becomes actually at a certain point annoying.
Yeah.
Because they can do everything. They're basically they have armies, they have battles, they have villages, they're doing everything. So the sightless thing really has no import.
They might as well be able to see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anybody else
one
watch,
person can see, right?
Yeah, they call them C.
But I was going to say, Morning Show is another one that's on that on Apple Plus. That the second season's coming out
17th.
Okay.
Yeah, that's Jennifer Aniston, Steve Carell, Billy Crudup. That's a great show.
Yep, I may want to check that one out too. Seth Rogen is known for many things: iconic film roles, marijuana entrepreneurship, and a love of sharing stories. All of that is coming together with a new podcast launched in tandem with Stitcher, Storytime with Seth Rogen. He sat down with Vulture to discuss it, and Rogen says it's all about sharing untold tales. He said, I'll try to honor the story and its stakes in your life. That's something I'm trying to reflect. The story might seem low stakes in the grand scale of the universe, but to the people experiencing them, even if the story is just like how you accidentally insulted someone, in your head, it could be as though you're in the midst of Michael Clayton. It's an exercise in distilled storytelling to me, trying to put the audience in the head of the storyteller and make it as cinematic an experience as possible. Interesting concept.
So a while ago, there's a big convention a few years ago here in Philadelphia talking about podcasts and digital media and all that stuff. And at that time, I think the count on separate podcasts, not episodes, but separate series podcasts, something around 700,000, 800,000. Mm-hmm. It's only gotten much more since then. And even somebody like Seth Rogen with a podcast, to have a podcast click and rise above the noise of the others is very hard.
Well, he'd be interviewing famous people like Paul Rudd and Quinta Brunson, but also regular people that he's inherently interested in. Some are people, he said, I do not know and have been referred to me by others because I've asked a lot of people I know personally if they knew anybody in their life who's always told you this story and they felt should have a larger audience. Is there some of the, just improv that you have become to known as? I really should host this podcast, shouldn't I? Because I ask the questions.
I'll say something that I'm sure you agree with. Stop the podcast and complete the third season of The Boys.
Oh, my God, yes. Yeah. Please. On What's Next, he said, I've never been someone to project what the future is because from a young age, things far surpassed any expectations I had. For the last 20 years, it's just been a constant state of holy S, this is crazy. I don't know where it'll go, but if we stayed here, I'd be totally fine. So we'll see how that does for him. Jungle Cruise surged past $100 million at the domestic box office this weekend. It looks like Dwayne Johnson and Emily Blunt will deliver a sequel soon enough. So there you go.
Of course, I saw it. Did you see it?
I did not.
It's cute. Yeah. It's basically The Mummy, the movie The Mummy.
Really?
So it's he's the lovable rogue and countless other movies. They're so likable. You get invested in it.
Right.
So big effects. And it's clearly was the whole intent from the beginning was a franchise.
Makes sense, yeah. So the director, Jaume Collet-Serra,
I thought it was him,
will also return. So, Apple Studios is reuniting Marvel alums Scarlett Johansson and Chris Evans in Ghosted, a rom-com or a rom action adventure with Dexter Fletcher set to direct. Of course, they worked together in 3 Avengers films, as well as Captain America: Winter Soldier and Captain America: Civil War.
I like their chemistry.
They have a great chemistry. So we'll see how they do as a couple. Which I assume, since it's a romantic action adventure, that they're going to be in a relationship in this movie.
So if you're Colin Jost and your wife is going to work every day in a rom-com with Chris Evans, how do you process that?
Put your head under the pillow for like 6 months, and wait for it to be over.
Well,
that would be a hard one.
Accept the reality.
Or you be a cuck, because who wouldn't
I
want to
watch this. Just let me watch.
Mm-hmm. Machine Gun Kelly has teamed with rapper Mod Sun and announced that they will be making their theatrical directorial debut with a new film called Good Morning with A.U. The two of them wrote the screenplay together and will be playing characters in the film. The cast also includes Megan Fox, big shocker there. Doug Cameron, and also Pete Davidson, and several others.
You know, Megan Fox has actually started to come into her own. She's getting roles and getting accolades. There's one where she was just out recently where she's has an abusive husband. She goes to visit him one last time. He handcuffs her to him, and then he kills himself. And so she's having to move him around the house, and there are people coming to kill him that are probably going to kill her.
Wow.
And so she's actually pretty good.
Okay, well, she and Machine Gun are going to be
Machine Gun, Mr. Machine, your table's ready.
Hey, one last story. The DC Universe has many famous villains, including the Penguin, Harley Quinn, and the Joker, and now it's Poison Ivy's turn to take the spotlight in CW's Batwoman series, as the channel confirmed that they had cast the character for Season 3. Pamela Isley, a.k.a. Poison Ivy, is set to make her debut as an adversary of Javicia Leslie's Ryan Wilder in the forthcoming season. I've not seen any of this.
No, I tapped out. The show was pretty good, and then they started having so many cast changes. I'm like, okay, forget this.
Well, you might want to tap in because it was announced, and you know this gal, Steve. Bridget Regan will be taking on the role as Poison Ivy. So you know her from Agent Carter.
Yeah. Oh, so I love her.
First season.
She was also in The Last Ship.
She is stunningly beautiful and can play a real badass.
All right.
So Isley, by the way, is described as a former botany student of Gotham University who was a passionate, brilliant scientist with a mind of changing the world for the better. But following an experiment that saw her get injected with various plant toxins, she plans to achieve her goals and do what she thinks is right by any means necessary.
Do you know one of the best renderings of Poison Ivy is in the Arkham video games? So she's supposed to be very seductive. And I don't think Uma Thurman pulled it off in that. Well, nothing was really successful in the George Clooney Batman. But, But no, this could work then, Preston. Consider me reconsidering.
By the way, she has previously appeared, like I said, in shows like Agent Carter, also Jane the Virgin, and Paradise Lost. In Agent Carter, Reagan played Soviet sleeper agent named Dottie Underwood, who was one of the first to come out of the Black Widow program, by the way. So if you're into the MCU and you haven't seen Agent Carter yet, there's some really good stuff that goes back and kind of ends up fleshing out later on in the movie.
She's also a bartender at the Continental in the John Wick movies.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
All right, we're ready for clips now.
All right.
The animated sitcom Archer has returned for a 12th season. In this clip, Aisha Tyler describes the appeal that keeps the show rolling.
The show is obviously very bawdy, very kind of edgy, but at its core, these people they really love each other. They're trying to do their best under extreme circumstances because they're also, international super spies. And really, Archer is kind of the edgiest of office comedies.
Yeah! The newest episode of Archer airs Wednesday night, 10 p.m., and that's on FXX. Here's the next clip for you. Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings picks up following the events of Avengers Endgame. And here, star Simu Lee shares a fascinating fact about the fans of the film.
People had reverse engineered the superhero suit and were able to cosplay, but it was movie accurate. It was really, really good. I remember the first time I saw one, I was like, it took me for a loop because I was like, did you steal that from Marvel Studios?
Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings premieres in theaters this Friday. And you know what? I'll give away a pair of tickets to our screening tomorrow night to caller number 12. Right now, it's at 7 p.m. at the UA King of Prussia. 215-263-WMMR. Let's set you up with those tickets. All right. And that's the entertainment report for today. Why don't we take a break, come back in a second, and see where this morning goes for all of us. We will return in just a sec. Stay put.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR. Everything that rocks includes cool MMR swag you can wear. Available now in the...
So, Dancing with the Stars host Tyra Banks had a major wardrobe malfunction that may have escaped viewers' notice.
Nice beaver.
Are we sure that's what it was?
The 46-year-old told E.T.
I can see a beaver.
I think it was the third or fourth episode. I walk out, my hand is on my back, and I was holding my dress together. It was not zipped up. And I did not have on any of my jewelry.
OMG.
Yeah,
What is that, a Muppet between your legs?
Yeah.
Actually, she does look kind of bare without jewelry.
Yeah, you're right, because they usually bling them up on that show.
Well, she's been a complete success during this whole run with the screwing up stuff right and left. And
She must have been rushed for whatever reason. Remember my wardrobe malfunction when my knocker fell out?
No. Excuse me?
Was it dancing?
Salsa
Yeah, I
dancing.
remember.
It was a halter top, so it clipped behind my neck.
Yeah.
And I was in the middle of a performance, and it snapped off, and it literally it fell down. And I remember the move. I had to drop to the floor in like a count or two, and so I went down early. And like I remember my partner looking at me like, "What are you doing?" And I had probably 1 or 2 seconds to put the snap back together, and sure enough, it happened, and I put it together, and I was ready to go right after. I don't know how that happened.
Were you at Parks or something like that?
No, I was at the dance studio, La Luna, in Ben Salem, and it was on video, and we did have the video, but I made the guy who had the video kind of blur out my nips.
Nips didn't show,
So
did
you'll
they?
never know if they're pink or brown.
Damn it, we were so close.
No case, my nips didn't show.
I was at a friend's wedding one time, and there was a couple out on the dance floor, and this woman's boob was there just dancing along. Her boob's just hanging out. She had no idea. No idea.
Dude, those things
Somebody eventually said something to her.
They're so tight, and like sometimes it just like pops out the top, and you don't even know.
Well, my wife's old roommate she was wearing a top that was so loose that we were. It was like a Saturday morning. We were on the back patio having a coffee. She must have like bent over for something, and then she came back up and full on. She didn't even know. I had to be like, "Yo, dude,
your boob
is," because like I guess like the nipple kind of got caught underneath the neck of the shirt. It was the neck of the shirt had come down.
That is a loose ass shirt.
That is a loose ass shirt. I was like, dude, you're.
I just got.
Your boobs are hanging out. Just one.
I just got a text from the guy who has the video, and he said those were the days.
Yes, they were.
Giving the gift is more important, I think, than the receiving.
So I'll get some things from my wife. She'll say, here's something that I like, and here's something, and so I will get some good gift ideas. But the ones that I'm more excited about are the ones I go, you know what, man? She didn't ask for this. I don't even know if she even knows that this thing exists, but I think she would like this.
I have a couple on the list this year that I'm really excited about. Sometimes you go for it, and sometimes it'll be like, oh. And like, I missed on that one.
Oh, dude, Rochelle told me that she's like, there's one gift I'm really excited to give to you. And I'm like, there's nothing that I'm excited to give you. Oops.
So
do you have something?
Oh, yeah, I have several things.
All right.
I have several things. But there's
She's gonna
nothing
love
that's
them.
like, wow, is she going to freak out when she gets this? You know what
Preston,
I mean?
I don't know if you've seen it, and it might be a last-minute thing to add to the list. It is it's a dildo mounted on like a machine gun thing.
All right, hear him out. Hear him out.
It's like a machine gun truck. You've seen those.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
They look like
expensive, though.
the perfect holiday gift.
You know what? You can't put a price tag on love.
No,
It's a gift that keeps on giving all year.
Yes.
Wait, Steve? Let me ask you a question.
Oh, it's got a pull start?
Yeah,
Oh, my God. Son of a bitch.
Yeah.
Bastard's powerful.
There you go. The
Oh
automatic.
my God.
Scaling toys.
Oh, it's real?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Oh, jeez.
Come on, guy.
What were you going to say?
Come on, man.
Yeah,
think I'm
I'm
talking about
sorry.
here?
I don't know what I was thinking.
I'm an influencer for this stuff.
Steve. Oh my God, that would be amazing.
The machine gun dildo company contacted me and said, let's collab.
Let's collab. DM me.
All right, another fact that we learned from
the Just Saying Institute, located over 200 sprawling acres in West Virginia.
The last decade from researchers. If your ex wants to be friends, they might be a psychopath.
If your ex wants to be friends, that's sign of being a psychopath, possibly?
In 2016, researchers from Oakland University in Michigan found that people with the so-called dark triad personality traits like narcissism and psychopathy, I guess is how you say it.
He's a member of the dark triad.
Like Cobra?
I'm going to have to take him out.
Often keep their exes.
He's the disease. I'm the ex-boyfriend.
No, they often keep their exes around for calculating, self-serving purposes.
Okay.
A desire for continued sexual access, financial help, or a need to still exert some control over a former partner were among key reasons for maintaining contact, especially for men. These are facts, yes, from the Just Saying Institute.
From the Just Saying Institute.
That we
end up just saying things at the Just Saying Institute.
That we have found out over the last 10 years about relationships and
That's a decade.
Love and sex and all that stuff. So how about this one? Speaking of sex, that sexual afterglow that you feel after sex will last about 48 hours.
Really?
Yeah.
You mean...
Longer for you, Cather?
No, it seems to diminish pretty quickly.
Are you sure? Because you have to clean up right after.
Off of me. Get it off of me. But the glow, get it off.
It's like it's like you've sat in the bedroom with me.
Get it off. You have this glow. It's the light refracting off of it.
It's shimmering and shiny.
Get it off!
It's glazy.
I look like a Krispy Kreme.
So you're generally in a better...
Get your blanket and pillow. You're sleeping on the couch.
You're generally in a better mood after sex thanks to a flood of endorphins and other feel-good hormones released post-climax. Positive effects of getting laid last up to 2 days. And that the feeling can help couples bond over time.
I always let out a big sigh when I close the laptop.
Says there might
clear history and
there might be.
Erase the history.
What's on Google News?
There might be an evolutionary reason for the 48-hour shelf life. 48 hours is roughly the same amount of time that A, conception is maximized, B, it takes sperm concentrations to be restored to peak levels.
Do we have to guess which one?
And C, no, these things all happen.
All the above.
And C, sperm remain maximally viable in the female reproductive tract. So all of that happens over 48 hours, and it's all
You're
apparently.
the semen. I'm the afterglow.
Just let him be here.
All right.
Let him be here. That's Cobra. That's Cobra.
I apologize.
He's a professor at the Just Saying Institute.
I didn't know.
Oh, my God. All right.
Just Saying Institute. I'm a professor teaching classes daily.
Let's take a look at the NJM Insurance Group traffic. What's going on, Kath?
So we have looks like an accident on 95 northbound.
So I had to fake like I was having stomach problems a little while ago. What time is it? 7? Yeah, so a little less than an hour ago, I acted like I had some stomach problems so that this time around it would be more believable. So these guys have no clue what's going on.
The right lane is blocked with an accident. We're also slowing from the Boulevard out to Belmont, and then from the Blue Road to 202 eastbound side, slowing from the Blue Road into Belmont, and then Montgomery to South Street 422.
So what's going to happen now is I'm going to end up outside, above the 4th floor, outside the windows of the Preston and Steve show. And they have no clue what I'm doing. They think I'm taking a dump.
And then in New Jersey, 42 north backs up from the Black Horse Pike to 295, 55 northbound jams Deptford to 42. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
Preston, may I ask you, take a gander out the window there?
Uh-huh.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, my God. What the
That's
hell?
good.
What the hell?
No, that's Casey. I thought it was just a dude working out there.
Got a helmet on.
Hang on. Let me explain. We have construction going on in our building, and it happens to be outside of our window here that these guys are out on scaffolding. And Casey's out there. He's outside of the studio. And I just looked over and I saw a guy's bare ass up by the window. And apparently that's Casey. And he's calling the hotline right now. Hang on a second.
I love that the other construction worker out there is really not phased at all. And
he's going about his business. What the hell are you doing?
Oh, I don't know. I was presented an opportunity to be on the other side of the glass, and I just jumped on it. Sorry. I'm mooning you, and they gave you the finger, and you flipped me off before you realized who I was.
Well, you were flipping me off.
I know. You're like, I'm just going to give this guy the finger back. Yeah. And you're like, oh, my God, that's Casey.
Yeah.
So, hi, guys.
Do we get a picture of the actual mooning? Because it was amazing, especially with the skyline behind you.
No, we missed it.
Oh, damn it.
We can recreate it. I'm sure Casey doesn't mind dropping his pants again. Case?
Yeah, I don't know how to mime. Is that what you were saying?
You know what's great on the radio?
No, we had nothing to do with miming. I was wondering if you could drop your pants again because we missed that. We didn't get a picture of it.
Oh, there we go.
All right, so
he's miming on the radio.
Would Casey mind, I think is what you said, not mind.
My mind, it's the same thing.
He started doing the fake pane of glass thing.
Is that what he thought I said?
I guess
That's
so.
adorable.
This other worker, I just love it. Casey mooned us again. He looked at him and he didn't crack a smile, nothing.
The first time, Kath, when I did it, you were still doing your traffic. He was the only one who saw me, and you just hear him go, "Are you serious?"
Yeah.
Casey, is it cold out there at all, or is it protected?
What's that?
Is it cold?
WMMR.
All right, thank you, Kath. Interesting story out of the U.S. Open tennis matches that are taking place.
Yes.
And you'll have to help me because I don't follow tennis, but Stefanos Tsitsipas, is that how you say his name?
Yeah, let's go with that.
Tsitsipas.
Yeah.
He apparently was against Andy Murray, and he took a medical timeout. And then he took a lengthy bathroom break, and Andy Murray's complaining that he took too long in the bathroom.
Kind of threw off his mojo.
Yeah, threw him off. He said it's just disappointing because I feel it influenced the outcome of the match. He said, I'm not saying that I necessarily win that match for sure, but it had influence on what was happening after those breaks.
Was he winning before this all happened?
So Tsitsipas won the tightly contested marathon match, which, by the way, it was just under 5 hours long.
Yeah, crazy. Crazy long.
So Tsitsipas won the marathon match 2-6, 7-6, 3-6, 6-3, 6-4 in 4 hours and 49 minutes. And the number 3 seed and the 2021 French Open finalist received medical treatment on his left foot after losing the third set and then went to the bathroom after winning the fourth set. Murray complained on the court about how long Tsitsipas was taking in the bathroom at the time, and again, once play had resumed. And Murray remained frustrated when speaking to the media following the match. He said, the issue is you can't stop the way that affects you physically. He said, when you're playing a brutal match like that, stopping for 7-8 minutes, you do cool down. You can prepare for it mentally as much as you like, but it's the fact that it does affect you physically when you take a break that long. Well, multiple times during the match, he said. I think that when he took the medical timeout, it was just after I had won the third set. Also in the fourth set, when I had love 30, he chose to go. I said, I don't know if he changed his racket or what he was doing, but yeah. It can't be coincidence that it's happening at those moments. He said, I don't believe his foot was causing him any issue at all. The match went on for another 2 and a bit hours after that or something. He was fine, moving great, I thought.
I'm surprised they don't have a time limit on bathroom breaks.
Which, by the way, Tsitsipas said that he didn't break any rules and that he was changing his clothes in the bathroom. He said, I don't think I broke any rules. I played by the guidelines.
Right.
How everything is. Definitely something for both of us to kind of chat about and make sure. I don't know how my opponent feels when I'm out there playing the match. It's not really my priority, he said.
I mean,
go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, yes, rules are rules, and you can play within the guidelines. But there is I just standard protocol. It's like, so did anybody else? Does anybody else on a somewhat regular basis do what this guy did?
I don't know.
You could say, okay, yeah, it's in the rules, but yeah, you're kind of being a dick,
Well, yeah, I don't know. It was now the fact that it was a marathon match and they were both run down completely figures into it. But I do believe both sides of this. I believe it can throw you off your game. Now, he's not saying he lost especially because of this.
Right.
He's saying it might have been a contributing factor.
Yeah, he's got a good point. I mean, you get in such a rhythm in any sport, really. But like when you have to take a break in the middle of a tennis match, especially, more than halfway through, like, it totally throws off your rhythm. It throws off your body chemistry, your heat, everything that you've had going for the first few rounds.
I agree with that.
But in the other guy's defense, if he had to go to the bathroom, he had to go to the bathroom.
Yeah, and if you're allowed to take a break, you take a break.
So listen, taking liberties with a bathroom run is a standard thing.
Man, I used to do it in school all the time.
That's exactly what I was thinking. I need a break. And how long?
I didn't have to go to the bathroom at all, and I would ask to go to the bathroom and just linger in there for a while.
What was your longest?
Delaying the inevitable, whatever I was avoiding. It was stupid for me to do it anyway.
Can I make it to graduation?
Right, exactly.
What was the longest? You have a best guesstimate?
I don't remember. Nothing longer than like 10 minutes or something like that.
I never did that because I was always afraid that then when I had to go to the bathroom, I wouldn't. Like I'd already have used up my chance.
Yeah.
So when you talk about beating the system, my mom worked with a guy who would take his lunch break, and the second he got back from his lunch break, would then go to the bathroom and hang in there for like an hour.
An hour?
Honestly,
it's ridiculous.
I believe that, and I tell you what. So I'll go in and I'm very regular. I'm so regular.
Right.
So I have my times and I go and that's part of the deal. And I'll go in and then I'll maybe go back later on to wash my hands and I'll see the same feet I'll see people that seemingly have been in the bathroom for an hour
But
plus.
this is like a one-person bathroom, so it's not like, you know what I mean? So it's like
obvious.
totally, it's way, not as obvious. And you don't know what that person's doing. He could have been taking a nap for all she knew.
I've had friends that have hated their jobs over the years, and they would take any opportunity at any point in the day to go cigarette breaks. I mean, I had friends that liked smoking more after the job than before they started there because the habit got them out of work for a little bit, and bathroom breaks were included in it. So it was just one of these things where, like, anything that they could do to get away from their desk that was allowed, they would do.
You think there are people that have started smoking just so they could have cigarette breaks?
Yes.
I know too.
Really?
Because they hated their jobs.
Wow.
And so it became this thing where they're like, you know what, at least we get 15 minutes outside during the day.
Steve, what if you use candy cigarettes?
Oh, yeah.
Instead.
Look, the sugar. It's lit.
It was an episode on Friends. Rachel started smoking because she said all the other employees got extra breaks because they could go out and smoke. So she started smoking so she could get the extra break.
And not only that, Kathy, it was a networking opportunity. Now, you don't do a lot of networking in the bathroom. But I'll tell you this. I will guarantee you that the phone with all the apps and everything has significantly added to bathroom breaks.
You got something to do in there.
Yes.
You've got plenty to do in there. My God, the world is at your fingertips in there.
You can actually conduct business.
I will do that. I will do that at home. I will linger on the bowl and play Scrabble or
How long?
Whatever I'm doing.
How long can you go for?
Not a crazy amount of time.
Like Paul Rudd in This Is 40?
Exactly. I'm literally in there playing Scrabble like he was. But no, I don't spend a ton of time. It'll just be an extra 5 minutes maybe or something like that. But I'm not one to linger on the bowl for a long amount of time. Number one, my legs start to hurt after a while.
It's bad for you, but sometimes you lose track of time. Now, I have there's a radiator in front of me in my bathroom, and there's a cover over it that presents me with sort of a desktop. And on that desktop, I have an iPad. I don't use that much.
Right.
So it becomes a little office where I can poop in my office chair.
Okay.
And so sometimes
that's a really good way to look at it.
Yes, and Nick, sometimes you are conducting business, and you realize that there's nothing left in your body to come out, and you're just sitting there.
Here's an interesting little rhyme. Someone texted over. It says, "Boss makes $1, I make a dime. That's why I poop on company time."
Yeah.
There you go.
Isn't that Walt Whitman?
I think it might have been Whitman. Yeah. Let me go to, hang on a second, I'm going to go to Steve. Hi, Steve. Good morning.
Good morning. Rock and roll.
Rock and roll, Steve. What's up?
I just wanted to tell you the story. When I was in the 4th grade, me and a friend of mine would always excuse ourselves to go to the bathroom at the same time, just so we could fight.
So you could fight?
Just so we could fight every day.
Wait, you mean like an actual fight club based in the bathroom?
Yes. Well, just me and this one friend. And if other friends happen to join in, then yeah.
I usually didn't fight my friends. Was this like play fighting, or were you guys really kicking each other's asses?
No, we were knocking ourselves senseless. Like, we come back from the bathroom with black eyes and busted lips.
There's something wrong with you, Steven.
That was Bathroom Fight Club.
Don't talk about Bathroom Fight Club.
That's literally what that is.
Yeah.
It was a fight. And was it just you two in Fight Club?
Yes.
Wow.
And would the winner come back with instead of a belt, a toilet seat over his arm?
Right.
Why would you do this, Steven?
We don't know. We were in the 4th grade, so we just kind of thought it was just normal.
Are you guys still friends?
No, I actually can't even remember the kid's name.
Oh, really?
All that time spent beating each other senseless, and you lost that.
Yeah, traumatic brain injury will do that to you.
Yes, seriously.
Possibly. He comes back with this big, giant cardboard hall pass and a black eye.
Steven, did you guys ever get in trouble for that? Like spending too much time in the bathroom?
None of the kids ratted us out, ever. No, we never got in trouble.
Wow.
So I remember sometimes, Preston, some teachers would be on that bathroom break, like if you asked to go to the bathroom, which I virtually never did, like Kathy's thing. I said, I want to save this if I really need it.
Yeah.
But they would watch that clock, and you were, they would make sure you weren't away. And then I remember a science teacher I had, the kid, I think the kid's name was Paul. He'd go off. We'd see maybe a year later.
Yeah.
It's like, where did you go?
Well, you remember summer school.
Yeah.
There's the one kid they saw on the first day, and the last day comes in to take his exam. He goes, "Where have you been?" And he holds up, he's like, "His bathroom." And
My zipper got
hands him
stuck.
the bathroom key.
My zipper got stuck.
Zipper got stuck. No, there are people, I would imagine there are some work environments where the bathroom is your safe haven. I didn't abuse it much, but when we, at our old radio station, Y100,
yes,
we had a single stall. We had because it was an old apartment, essentially.
And a carpeted floor.
And everything like that. And you could, that was, I'm getting away from everybody.
It was.
For the next 5 or 10 minutes.
And we were building the show, so we were spending inordinate amounts of time there. Yeah. So that was your little getaway. And no one ever checked on that bathroom.
No. Let me go to Colin. Hey, Colin, good morning.
Good morning.
What's up, Colin?
Hey, so bathroom breaks for hours and a half are regular practice at where I work.
Hour and a half.
Every day after lunch, my one coworker will go into the bathroom, and you can just always tell that he's going to be in there for a while. And it's always one of those things where he'll come out, and he'll be holding his stomach like, yeah, man, I got to stop eating this Chinese food. So it's just like, then stop using it. Like, obviously, if you're going to be, like, taking a crap for so long.
Is he really doing that, or is
not.
he just lying?
He's avoiding his work, Colin, and do you guys ever call him out on that?
Frequently. We have inside jokes about it where he just, he'll come in and, oh, yeah, no, he's going to the office. And then he'll wonder why he's not making enough money. And it's like, well, you take an hour lunch and then you go into the bathroom for an hour. What do you expect?
Right. That's 2 hours.
That's interesting. Now, listen, if you have Crohn's or colitis or something like that.
That's a medical issue.
IBS or IBD. Then I understand that you've got to go in there and do that. But if you don't have medical proof that you have a regular problem, then you're avoiding your work.
By the way, to that point, Preston, can an employer, if they notice that someone is in the bathroom for an inordinate amount of time, is that a violation?
It has to be,
right?
Because you do have people that like Crohn's and colitis. You guys.
That's a legitimate reason.
But it's no joke. Like I have a friend who does. He has to spend hours in the bathroom.
Right.
And it's actually devastating because it's hard for him to go to work. He can't travel. He can't get on a plane. So
you're terrified.
You can't step into that territory.
Right.
Well, yeah, my daughter has it, so I know exactly what he's dealing with. But I think Steve's question is, as an employer. Can you say, hey, Bill, come here for a second?
Bring me your stool sample next week.
But that's what I'm saying. You can't, do you want to step into that territory
No.
I don't know.
and face somebody like that who does actually have an issue?
But then at least you understand that they're not shirking their duty.
Right.
They're having
like
their
this guy here was saying he's Chinese food is his downfall.
I almost feel like you have an obligation to at least
Go
let
in
your
with them?
to let your employer know that I have this issue. Like when you are shirking your responsibilities, and especially if you're in a position or a job where if you're not doing your job, then somebody else is picking up your slack. Like the place that my mom worked at, this guy would sit in the bathroom for an hour, hour and a half, all the while somebody else had to do his job. Like, that's not cool. Like, guess what? I say this to my son all the time. Like, nobody wants to do their homework, but everybody's got to do it. Right. You just got to do it. We can fight about this all day long, but guess what? At the end of the day, you got to do it. And so whoever this person, guess what? Nobody really likes to do their job.
I was at a business recently. Excuse me, and my I went to go use the bathroom, and there was an employer in there. There was an employee in there. One of the other employees was outside. Yeah, and I said, "Oh, okay, I'll come back." And she kind of made the gesture like, "With this guy, you don't even try." Like this was clearly the employee who dominated the bathroom. You know.
Well, let's go to Sean. Has a similar story. Hi, Sean. You're on the air. Good morning.
Hey, good morning.
Hey, what's up, bud?
Got to work.
Thanks, man.
Hey, so we got a guy in our shop. He's an operator for us, and this guy he's been here for many, many years, and this is kind of the reason why we don't bother him that much, but he will literally be in the bathroom so much that the guys in the shop have started calling the bathroom his office.
That's
That's a common,
Oh, yeah. Got to go over to John's office and talk with him for a little bit. And you know for the fact that they're going to take a shit.
Whoa.
Easy, brother.
Well, we can't say that, but Sean, the question is he really going to the bathroom or is he just wasting time?
He's definitely wasting time. I mean, we're coming up on like an hour, sometimes. Half an hour. Most of the time, it's about a half an hour.
Does he ever come out with a movie review?
The one time somebody saw him with a newspaper coming out, and we're like, seriously? Like, come on, dude.
Well, the newspaper's standard.
That's standard.
Yeah,
I mean, you're going to,
I mean, even that makes sense. So you take a look at the headlines. When you're going in with a laptop... or like a projector, that's when people are going to ask questions.
All right, so thank you for your call, by the way. Here's a text that says, sometimes bathroom stall naps at work are clutch.
Bathroom stall? Have you ever taken a nap in a bathroom stall?
Thank you.
No, and that's what I'm curious about.
Yeah.
Well, Kathy's just discussing it. How can you fall asleep in there? It's just gross.
Oh, my God.
But to actually, to be able to fall asleep in the bathroom or sitting on the toilet, no.
I think if you were to sit now you couldn't do it with these toilets, but like the toilet that was the one you talked about in Y100.
Yeah, you could find a place to curl up and
face the other way and cross your
lay
arms
on the
over.
sink.
Right.
Yeah, there was a sink. There was a vanity right
There
next
you
to
go.
it.
There you go.
You could have leaned over and rested your head like you would on a desk or something like that.
But don't you get pins and needles after a while?
I do.
Yeah.
But if you're absolutely exhausted, I mean, just wiped out, you went out late the night before and maybe you had to, yeah, I could probably see that. But if you're doing it on the regular, just I'm going to go take my little siesta here.
Right.
I mean, think about how much time you could burn off in the course of a day. Because we've all had those jobs that are just life sucking.
Yeah.
Where
but that's the thing. Like there are a few different avenues we could go down here where I'm like, you know what? Okay, I get it. That's not that big of a deal. Like, yeah, get your rest or whatever. And that's usually like, okay, if you are doing this and you're spending an hour in the bathroom, if your duties don't fall on somebody else's duties again, if your responsibilities don't fall on somebody else's shoulders, then like, okay, well, whatever. Then that's between you and your boss. But when you are doing this and somebody else has to pick up your slack as a result, like, you're an a-hole.
Bottom line is, be a big boy, be a big girl, whatever it is. Do your freaking job.
Kathy, are you in here? Pinch it off already. Pinch it off and get back to work.
Oh, my God.
That's just...
Kathy, are you in here?
Laying cable?
Pinch that off and get back to work.
But I wonder if that's something that you can be approached if it's becoming a problem, and you know,
yeah, I was just curious.
If HR or a boss can say, "Listen, this is a little embarrassing, but I need to ask you this."
I don't think
you're spending a lot of time in the bathroom. Is that necessary? I don't know, man.
I think for fear of it possibly being something medically related, I don't think that they can come close.
Kathy, do you have a poop issue?
No, I think you can volunteer the information and let your boss know, like Casey was saying. But like, I don't think the boss can come to you. I think the employer.
If you're not doing your job, the boss can absolutely come to you.
No, I'm saying because of the fear-related thing, because of the medical issue, that they can't.
Maybe you're having a very difficult period right now.
Are you on the rag? Or a tenacious bowel movement? Is your Aunt Flo in town, or you're just crapping a river? Well, I can't ask this.
It depends on the boss, really.
He really wouldn't know what to, if he could or not.
I'm going to go to Justin. Hey, Justin, good morning.
Hey, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, man, what's up?
So, back in my younger years, I used to work overnight in a warehouse, and, you know, working overnight stinks. You know, you get tired. So I used to go into the bathroom. I mean, we had, 90 employees there, so it was hard to keep track of people. But I would go into the bathroom stall, and I would take my boots off and turn them, to face the front of the, the stall. And I would sit on the toilet the reverse way and face the wall.
Oh, my God.
And use the toilet tank as a resting area to sleep on.
That was my methodology.
That's so funny. You would actually take your boots or your shoes off.
To make them face that way, yeah. That way, if somebody looked under the stall, they'd see my feet are pointing the right direction.
Okay.
But my body was not.
Couple of questions here. How long could you get away with taking a nap?
I would pass out for easily an hour. Nobody would know. There's so many people in that warehouse.
That's the key. That's the key. In a limited employee scenario, that's going to be more difficult. But you said, Justin, that you had about 90 employees?
Oh, yeah, all over that building. They couldn't keep track of you. Your managers couldn't. I didn't do it every night, but there were certain nights you're just like, this shift sucks. I'm tired. I'm taking a nap, and you know. And I used to work in the freezer, so I had this big, comfy freezer suit on, So like none of my body parts touched the toilet.
It was kind of padded. Oh my God! All right. So, question: would you would you set an alarm on your phone or anything like that to wake you up, or just wake up when you woke up?
No, I would just wake up, as soon as drool hit my hand, then I'd wake up and go, holy crap, I gotta get back to work.
So the drool from your mouth would wake you. Listen, so the longest you did was an hour? Did you ever exceed?
I've gone past an hour,
Do you snore, Justin?
Mm-hmm. Yes, I do, and I always feared that. So I think that's what the drool was. That was the pre-snoring sign that says, wake up, dude, get the hell out of here before they come in. If I snore, you can hear it, 3 states away. So.
Wow.
Kathy?
All right,
wow,
thanks,
that's
man.
amazing.
Appreciate it.
Sure is.
That's going to great length.
He's wearing like a freezer suit.
Yep.
He's got his system. The shoes are off. He's taking a nap.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God!
So Nicole works in HR. Maybe she
maybe she can clarify
how
this.
you approach someone who you may be suspect of that is this thing long, regular, or just breaks all the time.
How do you slalom that?
Hi, Nicole. You're on the air. Good morning.
Hey guys, love you.
Oh, thank you so much. So, how do you handle something like this?
I would approach an employee and say, listen, it's come to our attention that you were stuck with bathroom breaks. If you have a medical issue, do you want to apply for intermittent FMLA, which is family and medical leave? That's assuming the employer is covered by that law.
All right,
okay,
so Nicole,
that's how you approach it.
Nicole, so just I'm just curious. So you are within legal rights to approach an employee that you perceive as being excessive in their bathroom breaks and inquire as to the reason why.
Well, I wouldn't necessarily ask them what the problem is.
Okay. Offering.
There's the key. All right, Preston just clarified.
So you can approach someone and offer something, not necessarily ask them. You can say, this is available, should this be necessary for you?
By the way, we know you're a liar.
Wait, but Nicole, who can do that? You as an HR employee or the boss?
Usually the supervisor would refer the employee to the HR department, and then we would discuss it with them.
So, so the boss wouldn't necessarily be able to do this directly, but someone in HR would be able to approach the employee.
Right. I mean, the supervisor could say, listen, if there's a problem, you can talk to HR about, getting, intermittent FMLA. And I don't know how that covers, just being away from, a production line for periods of time. I know it would cover them if they're missing work. Like, if they call out or they're late or something and it's related to that medical condition, they're covered.
So I wonder at what point, Nicole, say if someone's, and I can't even imagine a horrible situation where you say you are a Crohn's sufferer, anything that might make you have to step away from work for a little bit during the course of a day. But is there a point at which the employer can say, I understand, but this provides no service for me to keep you on the payroll. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I assume that's where it gets touchy because you can't. How do you negotiate that?
No, I think if somebody's not doing their job, you can let them go.
Right. But I mean, so how does it work, Nicole?
Well, I mean, if we have documentation of a true medical issue, you do have to be careful. However, we do have employees. Again, we don't have an issue with people necessarily taking excessive breaks, but people who might appear to be abusing the time.
Right.
We can ask the doctor to recertify. We'll get someone, they're constantly taking off Mondays and Fridays, and it's FMLA related. So we'll send a note to the doctor saying, is it necessary for this person to be missing Mondays and Fridays?
Okay. Because then you can fall, if somebody does have a medical problem, it can fall under the Americans with Disabilities Act, I assume.
Right.
Nicole.
Right, that too, yeah.
Okay, interesting.
So
All right.
you do have to be careful.
No, and for both parties. I mean, the employer and the employee, yeah.
Yeah. Hang on a second. I'm going to go to Chris. Hey, Chris, good morning.
Hey, how are you?
Good. What's up, Chris?
Hey, so I just wanted to say I had a friend. He worked in a warehouse area, and there was a lot of trucks coming in and off, deliveries, a lot of pallets being unloaded, and he had an employee that was constantly going to the bathroom, every hour, every 2 hours, and they had to get HR involved, and they talked to him, and they said, hey, what's going on? You okay? And the guy actually went to his doctor, and he got a doctor's note to prove that he had irritable bowel syndrome.
Okay.
And he had medical rights to go to the bathroom as often as he wanted to.
Sure.
Okay, well, that would make
makes
sense.
Yeah.
Yes. And to Kathy's point earlier about people who have to, to try to live their lives in light of that, it's very difficult. It's the people who are going in there.
That are trying to get away with something.
And turning their boots around.
Yes!
I mean, seriously.
And napping. I mean, at some point he got in there and he's in the stall and he's like, you know what?
I can do this.
I can make this work for me.
I can do this. You know what? If I take a Snuggie and I hook it on the coat thing on the back of the door, I'm suspended up.
Oh my God!
You can't see my feet.
Right. I wonder if he went.
It's like a sleep pouch.
I wonder if he went to the lengths where he got boots that came up mid calf.
Sure.
So they were high enough. If you looked under the stall, it would actually look like legs, as opposed to just shoes. You could clearly see that no one's feet are in those shoes.
Ed, why are you always wearing those thigh-high boots?
I was a little impressed. I mean, that length.
I mean, that requires
it's shirking responsibility,
but it's genius.
Yes,
it's thinking outside the box. You know what? We've been looking for somebody in management, Dave. We like the way you think.
Oh my God!
The fact that you scammed us for years.
Let's put that ingenuity to work.
It's like when a company hires someone who hacked their computer system to protect their computer system.
Exactly. All right. Well, interesting. So it's all kicked off from this U.S. Open match, and Andy Murray thought that Stefanos Tsitsipas was using a bathroom break to his advantage and maybe trying to get a little bit of extra rest. But all right, one last call. And then I was wrapping up.
He's been on hold for 20 minutes.
Let me go to Mike. Hey, Mike, good morning.
Sup, bro?
Yeah, sup?
Bro, sorry to bother you at work. Sorry to bother you at...
Aren't you glad we went to this guy case? What's up, Mike?
So I get to work probably about 7 o'clock, just after you guys take commercial break, pull up. Well, first I clock in.
Right.
You have to do that. Yeah, you clock in.
Not get ahead of ourselves. So clock in. pull around, take out my little bowl, smoke it.
Oh my God.
Are you smoking right now?
Are you doing that right now?
Yeah, man, I got the ball in my hand.
Oh my God.
And you listen to us?
Well, yeah, of course. Who else am I going to listen to?
So, are you technically on the clock right now, Mike? Are you getting paid right now?
Well, yeah, I'm clocked in, man.
Okay.
There we go.
Yeah, nice work by you.
You guys are in the Hall of Fame. This is worthy.
Well, we appreciate it, man. We appreciate it.
I mean, it's a tough battle. You got to do what's right. You got to do what's wrong. I mean, I don't know.
Mike, by any chance, do you work for Beasley? Are you one of our co-workers?
No, he's an air traffic controller.
Oh my God.
Actually, it's heavy machinery. Heavy machinery.
Oh, heavy machinery. Okay, he's sitting in a bulldozer out in the park.
Which state do you work in?
I love this.
Yeah, so.
All right. Well,
Love your show, man.
We love you, man.
Is it time to get into work now, Mike?
I mean, you guys taking a break? Or
Yeah, we're gonna take a break. I'm sorry.
All right, dog.
All right, head in, buddy.
Take it up to Hollywood Trash.
Work.
All right, we'll see you, man. Have a good day. All right, on that note, we should take a break.
Let Mike get to work.
Please, Mike's got to get. He's got heavy machinery to operate. All right, so
Hurry up.
we're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second. We'll get some bizarre file stories, so make sure you stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
Out there in all areas and protected by the president.
Totally fine. Yeah. No, we're completely enclosed in glass, so the outer glass is it's cut off from the elements outside.
Okay. Yeah. So they have this atrium that they're adding to the building here. Ask this construction worker what his name is.
Oh, jeez. Oh man, I don't want to do this.
Hey, what's your name, by the way? Robert. That's Robert over here, guys.
Hey, Robert. We've been looking at Robert's ass for the better part of the morning, so yeah.
Like, hey guys, I hate you.
I'm trying to do my goddamn job.
Seriously.
Okay. How did you get out there, by the way?
So you got to go down the third floor. Well, first I had to sign a giant waiver, and then I put a hard hat on, and then I went down to the third floor. I walked out. I had to climb up a ladder.
Oh,
really cool. Yeah,
I've been wanting to do this stuff for a while.
Hey, let me ask you this: is the fart earlier? Was that you about to go out onto the scaffolding? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
So
Casey was faking a bathroom emergency, and he came back and said it was fart. And I was like, I thought that was a little odd.
No, because if it's Casey, you would have figured he would have crapped his pants.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, so I thought I was going to be out there earlier, but what I actually had to do was go through all of the legal stuff of signing my life away. But at that point, I thought I was coming outside, but I wasn't. So
this kind of stuff, construction. When you see this, you just want. I think it's cool. Like that's why we talked about Diggerland or whatever it is. Anything with the equipment and cranes and stuff like that. Look at you. You make a good construction worker. You look good in your hard hat and everything. The way you moon.
Right?
I think you look like the foreman. You know, like you look like the guy in charge of everybody out there.
Are you sure it looks like a fiveman? That's a fat joke, guys.
A fat joke?
Yeah.
All right.
All right. Well, get on in here.
All right. Come on back in.
All right.
Bye. Guys, I thought it was a guy who works here that maybe was a listener and decided to show us his butthole. But no, it was Casey. It's Shirley Bassey's birthday today.
Bingo!
Yeah. Love her.
Pretty girl, beware of his heart of gold. His heart is cold. He loves only gold. He loves only gold. Only gold. Only gold. He loves gold. He loves gold.
It's the only reason I bring the birthday up every year. That and actually, we had mentioned this. She was on the Oscars, and they had her come out and sing that song, and her voice was outstanding.
Hasn't lost a bit.
She's 83 years old. She's still a gorgeous woman, too,
Yeah.
at 83.
She also sang the other Bond song for the movie Diamonds Are Forever.
Okay. Diamonds are forever. I don't know how it goes.
Sparkling round my little finger, unlike men, the diamonds linger.
Wow.
Men are mere mortals who are not worth going to your grave for.
So she's 83 today.
We have that as well.
Oh, wow.
Diamonds are forever. They are all I need to please me.
Nice.
I could have done those parts. I could have sung those songs.
Easily. All right, and then we have Rachel Nichols, who is a...
Rachel Nichols, jingling in your pockets.
Nichols. And another bass player, Rick Savage of Def Leppard. He turns 60 years old today.
And an odd thing, he's got extra appendages.
Wow, really?
He's got 3 legs.
He picked... When this band was in their height, when Pyromania came out, I was a huge fan.
Oh my God,
of Def Leppard. They were great. I went to that tour. I went to that concert. It was awesome. It was one of my first real rock shows that I went to.
And they were driven by a robust MTV presence.
Oh my God, yes.
I told you that I don't remember what year that came out. It had to have been 84, 85, something like that.
No, it was before that.
Was it?
Yeah, it was like 82, I think.
Okay, hang on. Is Pour Some Sugar on Me on that one?
No, that's... Oh, wait. Pyromania. I'm sorry.
83 is when it came out.
Okay.
January of 83, and...
No, it was not on that album. Man, what was Pour Some Sugar? That was a gigantic album, and I can't remember the name of it.
After the Gold Rush?
Not High and Dry. What the hell is the...
No, High and Dry was early. Hang on a second here.
Hysteria.
That's it.
And that was 87.
That was 87, okay.
Yeah.
Hysteria.
I have a vivid memory of a guy that at the pool... He came with his boombox, a la Lloyd Dobler, blaring "Pour Some Sugar on Me" because he was trying to get pumped up. He was going to do a triple off of the high dive.
Okay,
and that was his motivational song.
That was his motivation.
Pour Some Sugar on Me.
It's like right out of a movie, right? Basically like jean jacket and cut off jean shorts.
Clear me a path,
right? And he's blaring "Pour Some Sugar on Me," and he gets up onto the high dive.
Today's the day.
Today is the day. He had been working himself up for this for like an entire weekend.
Are you ready to do it today?
Right?
Oh
He gets up.
Gandalf showed up. Oh my God!
When you're done pouring your sugar, I want to see the greatest dive of all time.
Anyway, what happened?
All right, so what happens is he gets up on the high dive, blaring music.
You and me, babe.
And he got up and
what did he do?
He counted the 3. He got off at the end of the board. He did 1 flip, 2 flips, 2.5 flips, and then landed flat on his back. Splattered all over the place. I swear to God, he got up spitting blood because he hit smack so hard. Wow. That was great, man. What a great memory.
Rick Savage's birthday. Sometimes he just heads down that path, and you have to let him go.
I
we need to hear.
Sometimes in life, you need to let things happen of their own accord.
We need to flush it out. So
we learned something about some dude we'll never meet.
Yeah, he's all right. Rick Savage is 60.
Thank you, Rick Savage. Thank you
wherever you are.
Meet TV, they have billboards in the city now, and they're promoting the Flintstones are on at like 6 or 6:30 every night.
I know, it's crazy.
So, I know, it's so stupid that we're watching Recanned show, but Meet TV does it well. They do the Flintstones into the Honeymooners. I always hated the Honeymooners, but I loved the Flintstones. And they're the same show, basically.
It's the same show, yeah.
But I didn't like the Honeymooners because Ralph Cramden was an a-hole.
Yeah.
He just,
Alice, I'm going to beat you to death with a hammer.
Right, that's kind of what the implication. I mean, to the moon.
If my dinner isn't on the table at 5:30, I'll punch you in the throat until you die.
Yeah, to the moon essentially was that. I'm going to punch you to the moon.
Yeah.
The good old days.
I'm going to throw you down the stairs and beat you with a sack of oranges. To the moon.
They loved
but
it.
not before I strangle you and rub a hot iron across your face. Then I'm going to cover you in pork chop sauce and put you into a pit with rabid dogs.
Wow.
I'm going to cut you up so bad you'll never be able to have children.
Oh, my God.
I'll remove your breasts with a wood planer.
To me, it was so depressing too because they had their clothing was in a bureau in the kitchen.
Well, they were poor. I mean, they were just making ends meet. But
I mean, there's
Desi Arnaz used to beat his wife too, because I remember she spent too much. She spent too much money on like hats or something like that. And there was an episode he bent her over his knee and spanked her.
Oh, and there was another episode one time, Casey. I kid you not. She had done something that was going to piss him off, so she decided to go and get a sunburn so that he wouldn't hit her. Jesus.
Oh my
That's
God.
what television programming was. Lucy, I'm going to throw you down the elevator shaft. Lucy, I'm going to take you out back, tie you to the dumpster, and drive the car into you. Ricky.
1950s programming, man.
I'm going to cut your head off.
That's ridiculous.
Columbia necktie. Break your legs.
See, but the audience ate it up, though.
They loved it.
You know?
There was an episode of Different Strokes where Arnold got in trouble, and Mr. Drummond, because he wasn't his actual father...
Put him in a wood chipper?
No. They brought his uncle in to beat him with a belt. I'm not lying. That's... that was a legit episode.
Storyline.
Yeah. Here, get the switch over here. Get your uncle.
I can't beat you. But fortunately, we found someone who can.
Do you remember in the Dick Van Dyke Show when Dick Van Dyke slammed Mary Tyler Moore's head in the car door?
Oh, yeah.
Because the mashed potatoes were lumpy?
But the audience loved it.
They were lumpy?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. I'm going to make your head lumpy.
Something new from Hershey's. I have. You guys like Hershey's Kisses, right? I mean, pretty much.
I do. I do. They're especially on the holidays too. You get those cookies with the big single Hershey's Kiss right in the middle of it.
Right in the middle, yeah. Hershey's has created a new flavor, and they arrived. No, I'm sorry. They arrived in 2019, and now they're back for Valentine's Day. It is the Hershey's Lava Cake Kisses.
And is it made from actual molten lava?
It burns the inside of the interior of your mouth. Yes. The kisses are dark chocolate with a gooey chocolate center.
This seems very
it's a Jewish chocolate center.
Bill Weston loves
Is that a Jewish thing?
Is that a Jewish thing?
Gooey.
This has a very Jewy taste to it.
Mazel.
They're so moist and Jewy.
Mazel. Of course I would say that.
Is that a Jewish thing?
Oh, my God.
And there goes the second.
It's a wonderful cookie with the taste of Israel.
The kisses are dark chocolate with a gooey chocolate center.
Is that a Jewish thing?
Not a Jewy chocolate center. And I just said Jesus under my breath, too. Jeez.
Well, he was a Jew.
That's right. The limited edition holiday flavor is available at Target, Walmart, and other retailers.
I like this concept. Do you like the chocolate molten cake?
Yeah, I do.
Oh my God,
I very much do. I bought this for my wife and I's our last anniversary. Wee's anniversary. And by the way, if chocolate has a discolored look to it, does not necessarily mean that it's bad. Yeah, I did read that a while back. That doesn't mean that.
So what does it mean?
It's bad. Somebody look it
even
up.
Jewier.
It's kosher.
Okay, all right, that's what it means.
Yeah.
So Preston, just a quick thing on these candies, the ones that have the molten, is that a soft center?
It's a gooey,
center.
Chocolate
I
center.
like that idea.
Yeah, I do too. Here we go. It says, when you see white or grayish film on the surface of your food, it normally means product has gone bad, but it's different with chocolate. When the cocoa butter fats in chocolate separate from the cocoa mass and rise to the surface, it results in something called fat bloom. You gonna eat your fat bloom?
Are you gonna eat that fat bloom?
Listen, if you're not going to eat your fat bloom till I have it, it looks really good.
Did I have
So if it's white,
Could I please have your fat bloom? It looks extra delicious.
it might not be bad, but it's called Fat Bloom. I'm going to pass on it.
Okay.
Sometimes just make a dessert, cut right to the chase, and Fat Bloom.
One last thing. Marissa sent this to me. It involves booze, so thank you, Marissa. Red Lobster has added a specialty cocktail to their menu. Red Lobster is now offering a Bloody Mary, but with a twist in line with their brand. It comes topped with a lobster claw and one of their famous Cheddar Bay biscuits.
Wow.
And it does look quite yummy. So it's made from Tito's vodka, Marissa's favorite, and Bloody Mary mix that apparently is custom made by Red Lobster. The glass is then garnished with an entire lobster craw. One shrimp, an olive, a lime, a Cheddar Bay biscuit, and spicy seasoning on the rim of the glass as well. My mouth is watering.
Really? That's working it for you, huh?
Oh, man, a good Bloody Mary. Jeez.
Murray.
You and the Jewish thing.
Jeez, oh, man.
Listen, can I have a Bloody Mary and some of those Jewy candies?
The Bloody Murray. We should make a Bloody Murray.
We should. Cream soda, gefilte fish. It's a Bloody Murray.
Manischewitz.
Yeah. Right? Do they make like a raspberry Manischewitz?
Manischewitz.
I've only seen blackberry.
You have with your Jewy candy.
I want to try a Bloody Murray.
A Bloody Murray. Bartenders, come up with a Bloody Murray.
I'm coming.
Oh my!
He said he wanted a Bloody Murray.
and it comes with calamari, which looks like
calamari.
It looks like it's been from a bris.
Sure.
You know?
I'll have some calamari, a Bloody Murray.
Anyway,
we need to make that drink now, Preston.
Yeah.
I know. That's why I said let's put it out there to bartenders.
Yeah, bartenders, come up with a Bloody Murray.
Bloody Murray, and we'll try it out. Anyhow, how about this? Gibson and Slash have announced the release of the first ever Slash collection, which will feature multiple acoustic and electric guitars. Yeah, the collection will. Oh, Gibson, I got you, Mel Gibson.
The Mel Gibson guitar. It has all these sayings etched into the wood.
To clinical trial.
Man, they're doing some cool stuff over there.
Men and women 18 to 65 with current episode of scalp hair loss lasting 6 months can sign up at PlymouthMeetingDermatology.com. A Georgia man accused of stealing a mortuary van with a body inside from a crematory parking lot and leading police on a chase has turned himself in to authorities. Detectives have been looking for 23-year-old Keyshawn Griffin, who was the prime suspect in a number of entering autos cases. When they spotted him on Tuesday afternoon, Griffin saw the mortuary van parked outside a crematory, jumped in it, and took off. Unfortunately, according to the police captain, there was a body on the gurney inside, and when the suspect did take off, the gurney shot out of the back of the van.
Like a comedy movie.
He said it ended up in the parking lot. He said at least thankfully it didn't go out into the road.
How long did the responding medics try to resuscitate the body?
That's the question. Officers pursued the stolen van onto the interstate, and the Georgia State Patrol was requested. They apparently did strike a couple. He struck a couple of vehicles. Ultimately, he hit a trailer and blew a tire. Griffin ditched the vehicle and took off running. A K-9 unit searched a wooded area, but they were unsuccessful in locating him. On Thursday, Griffin went ahead and turned himself in after the incident.
It's crazy how many people leave vehicles unattended with the keys in them. Mm-hmm. Yesterday, I swear to God, I walked out of, I think it was Wawa. There was a car right there, a nice car, running with the keys in the... Well, not the keys, but obviously the keys had to be in there, yeah.
And nobody was in it.
Right.
Here's a story out of Wisconsin. At least one customer at a Marshfield McDonald's was stunned on Thursday afternoon to see a cow in the back seat of a car in the drive-through lane of the McDonald's. Jessica R. Nelson was in the drive-thru around 1 p.m. and posted a video of the strange scene on Facebook.
Yes, a milkshake, please.
Her post read, "A whole freaking cow." She said, "Tell me you live in Wisconsin without telling me you live in Wisconsin."
That's awesome.
And that was it. In an interview, Nelson said she thought the cow was fake until she saw its head moving around.
Well, thank God, because it could have been an utter catastrophe.
She said, I realized it was 100% real. No one seemed to be as interested as I was. I was the only one with my phone out.
At least crack the window for the cow.
Nelson found out a man named Bernie bought the cow from the fair and was driving home when he decided to make a pit stop. And apparently there were 2 other calves that were in the back seat as well.
You guys hungry?
So there were 3 cows in the back seat of the car.
Wow.
And, yeah, so her video has gotten over like 100,000 views on it. So she was pretty blown away by that. A man who allegedly tried to kidnap a woman on a Tennessee dog trail found his efforts thwarted when the victim smeared his face with her dog's crap.
It's brilliant.
Yes.
Brilliant. That's why I always hike with handfuls of crap.
Michael James Ward, who is 47, has been arrested and charged with aggravated robbery and aggravated kidnapping. A man recognized Ward in a Knoxville convenience store from police notices about the alleged attack online. Ward had allegedly approached the woman on the dog trail asking for water, grabbed her arm, punched her multiple times, and then tried to drag her into the woods.
Wow.
Yeah. But the woman was carrying a bag of her dog's poop, which she smeared on his face.
Excellent.
Ward wasn't done, though. Police said he came back to the victim, knife in hand, stole her cell phone as she tried to call 911, at which point she ran away. But that probably saved her life.
Kathy, when you used to go jogging, didn't you keep a perambulator full of maggots with you?
Oh, my God. Remember that? Oh, that was awful.
How about this? A mountain lion that attacked a 5-year-old boy in Southern California has been shot and killed by a wildlife officers. And the 65-pound mountain lion attacked the boy while he was playing near his house on Thursday in Calabasas and dragged him about 45 yards across the front lawn.
Nightmare.
The boy suffered significant injuries to his head and upper torso, but was in stable condition at a Los Angeles hospital. The sheriff said that the true hero of the story is his mom because she saved her son's life. The mother was inside the house when she heard a commotion outside. She ran out of the house and started punching and striking the mountain lion with her bare hands and got him off of her son. So she just, I mean, that takes
maternal.
Listen, you're going to do whatever it is.
Save your kid.
To save your child. But that to just go and start attacking a mountain lion is pretty damn ballsy. The parents immediately drove the boy to the hospital where law enforcement were notified of the attack and sent a wildlife officer to the scene. Once at the house, the officer discovered a mountain lion crouching in the bushes with its ears back and hissing at him. He said due to its behavior and proximity to the attack, the warden believed it was likely the attacking lion and and to protect public safety, shot and killed it on site. The subsequent DNA test confirmed the lion was the one responsible for attacking the child. So
once it made the move, it would make it again.
Yeah, so they took him out. Steve, how about this? A controversial $150,000 robot dog helping the Honolulu Police Department during the COVID-19 surge is worth its price tag, according to the lieutenant in charge of the program. It looks like Metalhead.
Yes, it does.
From
exactly
the
like
Black Mirror show.
Which, again, if you want to understand why we are so terrified of what is coming out of Boston Dynamics, just watch that episode.
Yep, it's called Metalhead. It'll freak you out. The robot named Spot recently began delivering food and water to a COVID-19 positive person living in HPD's Homeless Outreach and Navigation for Unsheltered Persons.
Hey, look, he likes you.
Joseph O'Neill, acting lieutenant of the Community Outreach Unit, said that the need for the program doubled since the beginning of August. There's currently 78 people on site, and he said having the ability to deploy something that can do all the interactions on a mobile platform and take the possibility of transmission out of the equation, for me, I really don't think that over the long term, $150,000 is a waste. He said the robot dog can not only scan temperatures at 7 feet away, but can also carry supplies and has two-way communication.
It also knows how to use a rectal thermometer, which is so great.
Good to need, but it's a freaky looking apparatus.
They should do something to sort of soften it.
Yeah, I agree. And that is what I have in the bizarre file for you right now. Let's give away some more movie passes. Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings. Our screening is tomorrow night. UA King of Prussia, 7 o'clock. We'll take callers 12 and 13 at 215-263 WMMR. You will be able to see it.
It's supposed to be great.
Before it hits theaters,
Yeah.
man, Friday. So 7 p.m. UA King of Prussia. Callers 12 and 13. You get the movie passes. We're going to take a break. We'll be back in a moment. Don't forget, today is Tattoo Tuesday, so text the word tattoo to 39333. Let's see if you can win that gift card. We'll be right back. So the collection will officially premiere.
It's the Mel Gibson collection of guitars, featuring all his rants emblazoned on every guitar. The Whore Edition features a Stratocaster pickup.
The collection will officially.
What the hell was that?
That's Braveheart.
Why is he doing that?
Imagine if that's the speech he delivered when he was on the horse.
Hit it again, Case. He was Nick. He was just. He was he was at the end of his rope with her, and then he was just kind of like somebody would go, yeah, like that, and then he did an evil laugh. So Slash and Gibson, luthiers.
Luthiers?
Yeah, what's a luthier?
As in Lex Luthier?
Luthier. Is that a guitar maker?
I'm not familiar. I've never heard that brand.
Worked in close collaboration on the collection at Gibson's headquarters in Nashville, Tennessee. The line features 4 Les Paul standard electric guitars and 2 J45 standard acoustic guitars.
It's a music store.
Oh.
Kind of like a George's.
Are you a... Sorry.
I'm trying to help, Mel.
Are you a Martin guitar guy, or what's your...
I own a Martin acoustic guitar, absolutely.
Do you play it anymore, or you're back to the drums, right?
I have neglected it because I've been focusing and practicing really, really hard at playing the drums. I've decided I want to be a really good drummer.
But when he passes by the guitar, he says,
"Oh, you're there."
Yeah, I do acknowledge the guitar's existence.
That's a Mel Gibson guitar.
Yeah. So,
"Oh, you're there."
It actually yells at you if you don't take lessons.
What?
I want to pursue drumming. But Mel Gibson guitar, I really do. I like drumming more.
You just showed me what you are.
Oh. It's the guitar. It'll make you a virtuoso in a weekend.
Do you think I'm a decent guitar player? Oh, my God.
You have one more chance.
Wow. You thought Whiplash was bad.
Giving me one last
right?
chance.
Yeah.
Forget Whiplash.
I just want to be a drummer.
The Mel Gibson guitar.
Oh, God. Okay.
You have one more chance.
Gentle messages of encouragement help you along.
I'm telling you. I'm just telling you the truth.
The most candid guitar you'll ever own.
Big fucking guitar.
So let me raise this question. It was something that occurred to me yesterday as we were talking about preparation for all this. Are all the new things put in place because of COVID? Does that now effectively eliminate, for all intents and purposes, the classic snow day?
So here's what's happening. The school districts that are having the snow day, what it looks like is that they had snow days built in. So that's why they're closing. They already have these snow days, so they're going to use them. The districts that didn't build in snow days are the ones that are going to do that virtual learning in the morning and then give the kids the snow day the second half of the day. Because by law, they need to get a certain amount of school days in. And if you go...
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about.
Man.
Kathy Romano with the information you can use.
Oh, my God.
Now we go to Kathy with her observations on snow days. This bitch is cranking it up to 10.
This bitch.
Oh, my God. Snow!
Slayer!
Snow and Slayer!
Snower!
Oh, my God.
That's awesome.
I have a variety of stories, and I would do the connoisseur. I have like 3 food-related things.
But there's not enough to fuel it,
but
right?
that's it.
And you don't want to be dishonest with the listeners.
No, I don't want to do that, and I don't want to, I don't want to just flip things all of a sudden. But I did see this, and I thought it was interesting. Cheetos has given a name to the cheesy residue left on your fingers when you eat the Cheetos. So they have a name for it now.
And it is?
Cheetle.
Cheetle?
Like Don Cheadle.
Huh.
Yeah. Yeah, the official term is called Cheadle.
I'd call it Chisholm. Right, Preston?
Yeah.
Much better.
Yeah, what's that on your face?
Chisholm. From eating cheese doodles. I'm sorry, I misheard you.
To celebrate the newly coined...
Peter North is the spokesman. Just sitting here watching TV.
In celebration of its 125th anniversary, the New York Public Library, which is the second largest in the U.S. after the Library of Congress, has released...
Throwing out the books?
No. They released its list of the top 10 checked out books of all time. And in
Is
first
one of them Goldfinger?
place, no.
Mr. Goldfinger!
No.
One of the most popular books at the New York Library. It's on the list.
In first place, I'll just start right at the top here, is the children's picture book, The Snowy Day by Ezra Jack Keats.
I don't even know.
It's about a child enjoying his city's first snowfall.
I don't know that book. Yeah.
Oh, I know this book. I love this book when I was
terrible.
a kid. Absolutely.
Get the Caldecott Award. Yeah, the Caldecott medal. I remember that. You remember the little imprint on the
it's
front
a
of it?
gold sticker that would be a gold
Sticker! On this crappy book about a kid walking in the snow.
Gold
sticker!
It's not. It is on the list?
Yeah.
It's on the list.
It's number one on the list.
Number one.
So, I think, you'd find that on Where the Wild Things Are and maybe The Hungry Caterpillar, those classic ones. Another book, Dr. Seuss's The Cat in the Hat, was in second place.
Okay.
Were you a Seuss fan as a kid?
Oh, yeah. Very much so. And in fact... I've been going through a cleaning out process at our house, and
Great purge.
I found we found way too many books that we need to get rid of, and so I did, and I donated them to the Laurel House thrift shop that raises money for the Laurel House. But we kept all of our Dr. Seuss books. And I had to stop and flip through Go Dog Go, and I had to look through the birthday book, and
Two Girls in a Cup.
Two Girls in a Cup.
It was the most wonderful cup it was.
There are a lot of Dr. Seuss books, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
I see two girls in a cup.
Dozens.
I say to you, girls, can you tell me what's up?
I'll tell you what's up. Just look in the cup.
You'll know
After
this.
watching that, you won't be able to sup.
It's full of throw up.
And upchuck. It's full of throw up.
Come on, man.
Casey had a poster and a wristband from a fish show that was important to him. And
it was a fishing tournament, right?
Yeah.
Or the band?
Well, both.
Okay.
The wristband was from the tournament, and then the poster was from the concert.
Regardless, both very important to you.
No, but the reality is they were both from a concert.
So much so that he wanted to have them framed and immortalized for at least a period of time while he's on this earth, and took it to a place that was going to frame all this for him. So you have the wristband, you have the poster. I'm sure you had a frame picked out and matted and everything the way you wanted it.
Yeah.
Goes back to the shop to retrieve it, and they've lost the wristband.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah, exactly.
So the
right?
poster is done, and you wanted the wristband in the same display.
It was like a ribbon across the bottom corner of the poster.
And you'd set it up that way.
Yeah.
What was their explanation?
There is no explanation. Inside, I'm fuming. I have been to 60-plus Fish concerts. I have never purchased a poster, went and had it framed, or So this.
So you want to climb over the counter and kill them?
So and the wristband I had really carefully taken off of my wrist, so there were no because it was like a cloth wristband, right?
Carefully preserved.
Carefully preserved. This was. I was going to give it as a gift to a friend.
Oh, no.
And then the more I thought about it, I'm like, I think I want this for myself.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So now I'm like fuming. So I had gone from this place.
Right.
I didn't blow up, but I had gone to this place and I went to a drive-through, a quarter of a mile down the road. And I got my money back, and I'm pulling out, and I noticed that one of the quarters is a Canadian quarter. I stopped my car. I put it in park. I went into the store. Now, I didn't raise a stink.
25 cents.
For 25 cents, I go, you guys gave me a Canadian quarter here. And they're like, oh, okay.
Let me ask you something. What country are we in? Do we have provinces like, I don't know, Ottawa? What is this?
Yeah.
Is this legal tender?
I in my life have never returned a foreign coin before. I've never even considered that.
What did I order? Poutine? What did I come in here on a moose? What am I, a Mountie? Where the hell are we?
Does it say Tim Hortons outside
Come
of this
on, for
establishment?
Christ's sake! What am I, Trudeau?
Did I drive here 35 kilometers per hour?
Jesus Christ!
I didn't make a big stink about it, but I go, hey, this is a Canadian quarter.
I couldn't help but notice that there was a ridged potato chip in my bag of regular potato chips.
Oh my God!
Parlez-vous English?
I would be raging. You're better than me. I would be raging out of control at those people. And
why not give me the right change? Eh?
We talked about Cameo before.
Yes.
And, you can do birthday wishes and hellos and stuff like that.
Hi,
But
this is Liam Neeson. I understand, Jimmy, that it's your 8th birthday. I want you to know it's a hard world out there.
Well, apparently now the trend is to get the celebrity to break up your relationship for you.
Wow.
And some people have been doing a lot of them. Sugar Ray singer Mark McGrath has been a popular choice for Cameo users looking to pass their breakup responsibilities on to him.
Well, he had one that had been requested, and it went viral, and a lot of people were talking about it, so I guess he immediately earned that status.
Yep. By the way, he's had a lot of work done on his face.
Has he?
A lot
He was
of work.
a good-looking guy.
Very good-looking guy, which is probably why he's had a lot of work.
See, with me, it's like, who cares?
So he had said, I've been doing these for fun. I wouldn't want to hurt anybody's feelings. But even Matthew Perry says that he'll deliver any kind of messages, and he has done breakup videos as well. So,
that's kind of sad, though. Like, then what if the person likes that celebrity and now they've just ruined their life?
Well, maybe it might be a little bit of a buffer if you happen to, if someone you like is telling you and giving you words of encouragement.
I think it would have to depend on what type of breakup.
How bad of a breakup can it be
if you're hiring a celebrity?
That you're hiring a celebrity to do it? I mean,
I don't think it's something Nicole Brown Simpson would have done. So I think if it's more volatile, no. But I think if it's hey, we know this is over, you could have fun with this.
Yeah.
Right?
I don't think a divorce would be the right thing.
Yeah.
No.
Hey, honey.
Kids and everything. And
Maybe I would say a year and under. You've been dating for a year or under.
Okay.
Anything over, you can't hire a celebrity.
Yeah.
Yep. So that's been the latest, and a lot of people are up for it.
You guys ever do a Cameo?
Tattoo and Piercing has set us up a $350 gift certificate to give away for a Preston and Steve themed tattoo. If you are interested in winning that today, all you have to do is text the word tattoo to 39333. We'll get a winner by the end of the program. You want to check out some of their artwork. It's amazing. You can go to floatingworldtattoos.com or on Instagram at floatingworldtattoos. The scientists and statisticians at the Just Saying Institute have been quite busy lately.
The Just Saying Institute, now with a satellite facility on Pussy Island.
That's a movie coming out, by the way, with Channing Tatum and Zoe Kravitz. It's called Pussy Island. So I didn't know they were branching out.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. They always prime real estate.
They're expanding into
When
Pussy
they went there, they knew they really loved the place, but they just couldn't put their finger in it.
Right.
And then they decided that was perfect.
All right. Well, I have some scientific studies and some observations that I can pass along to you. So a lot of us are not doing a good job at making time for self-care, with a new one-poll survey finding that nearly 1/3 of Americans say they haven't had a day to relax alone in more than 3 months.
Okay, I can definitely see this being a problem for a lot of people. I was talking to one Dr. Mike Sirigliano about him taking care of himself because he works so hard for everyone else. And, sometimes when you're in it, it's almost like the Stockholm Syndrome, and you fail to make time for yourself to just, as they say, classically veg.
I don't know what Mike would do with himself if he was to just kind of take some downtime for himself. He lives for interaction and helping other people out.
You know, the burning the candle on both ends, though, takes its toll.
Yeah, and I'm concerned about him. I mean, it's been a rough year and a half, and I agree with you, Steve. It's funny you bring up a healthcare professional because I love Mike, and I hope that he's okay, too. I have a friend who works in the healthcare profession. She hasn't really had a day off in a year and a half, and she's curious as to when she might be able to have that, you know, and I'm concerned about her. I hope she's okay.
I'm conflicted when it comes to time to myself because I love it. I love having idle time or time to focus on my own self.
So do I.
But when I do, and then I start getting antsy and going, well, I should be with other people. You know what I mean? It's a conundrum. It's very strange.
You're more. I love people. I love being around people. However, I think you're more gregarious when it comes to on a social level. Like you actively set up things to get together with your friends, and I'm not as good at that. But I do love the extended time to go and to sort of just take care of things or futz around with things, you know. I find, though, that I quickly feel guilty if I haven't done something productive in a while.
That's my problem.
Yes.
If I'm by myself, I'm like, okay, well, then I need to, clean the basement or, something needs to be done. I can't just sit there.
Don't you envy people who can just unplug and I'm just going to go for this?
I have a hard time watching TV sometimes. I'm like,
Me too.
You're wasting your time. You're wasting the day. Get up and do something.
Yeah. And the things that I usually like to do, though it's something that I'm working on, it's just one of two things. I'm either working on my golf game or I'm working on playing drums. Like, these are my projects.
Can you combine them?
That are constantly evolving. Maybe.
Can you play your drums with golf clubs?
I never really considered that, but use those as sticks. Yeah, because I've got 2 wedges and I use those as sticks. That's a good idea. But the survey of 2,000 people asked about how people practice self-care, with answers including listening to music, named by 54%, taking bubble baths.
I do it constantly, morning, noon, and night. Bubble baths.
Cited by 48%.
Well, that would be, so I don't do it anymore. I used to when, because I had this nice big tub in my bathroom and I used to.
The way the bubbles feel.
I used to use it, but that to me isn't that long. Like I could do that. You know what I mean? If you're given a whole day by yourself, what the hell do you do?
What about the frequency? So I think a lot of this, and Preston, perhaps you can correct me since you are our emissary from the Josane Institute. We're talking we're talking frequency of doing these things, right? As well?
Well, apparently,
one bubble bath isn't going to get it done.
So right, exactly. So here's a couple other things, and I'll wrap with that. 85% said that an important part of self-care is prioritizing your mental health during the week. And along those lines, 76% said they think that every employer should offer mental health days. And the average person
in the bathroom.
The average person had taken 3 mental health days off from their job within the last year.
Okay.
So that's not a whole lot.
So. Okay, Nick, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was going to say, Kathy, what about a spa day or a massage therapy or something along those lines? Because you'll treat yourself to that type of thing from time to time. Would you consider that to be mental health aspects as well?
I don't know. I mean, maybe, but I guess that is time by yourself.
The article is titled, nearly 1/3 of Americans say they haven't had a day off alone to relax.
Yeah,
in more than 3 months.
Day,
so just to relax. But I don't know if that means the entire. I guess it kind of does.
I mean, I'll go for not to a spa, but to get a massage, massage therapy for an hour. To me, that's not time alone.
Okay.
Yeah.
But it actually, for these purposes, I think it would be.
It would be. Okay,
I mean,
fine.
just because there's somebody else there, but they're attending to you, and you can. Like a spa day to me would be different. I go there because of my shoulder, my back, whatever it is. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But if I were to go to like a spa, like the Hershey Hotel, and like get some chocolate fondue wrap that's really just luxury and not really helping me, then
Dark chocolate for my breasts, please.
that I would see as time, like mental health, time for yourself.
But I think by the framing here is by yourself. Right.
Yeah.
So the framing is by yourself. So if you're with a masseuse, you're not by yourself.
Right.
One of the things that I've always meant to do, and you guys, I think all of you guys have, and I've never gotten around to doing it, is one of those float spa things, like sitting in the tank.
Isolation tank.
They are so cool, but I've got to get better at it, Nick, because when I went to Halcyon, and they are awesome. Yeah, okay. They have a location in Roxborough, and it is fantastic. I've got to get out of my own mind because
you do.
I'm hearing. Because you're in absolute black, and you're floating in the saline solution, and your sound of your body is amplified. I could hear my heart.
I want that.
I mean, it was like holy hell! I'm not used to this.
Right.
Nick, before COVID, we got gift certificates. I wonder. I can contact the guy. It's a place out in Doylestown, and they
You should do it together.
But so Nick, I went and I did have a hard time at first. Yes,
do you know what I'm saying?
It sounds like that, but also the one that I went to, it can get completely black. So he said you could turn the lights off if you want to, a little bit of light. You can. I turned it off, and about 10 seconds in, I was like, oh no, where am I? I'm drowning. I went and I had to turn the light. I'm drowning! Eve,
that's so relaxing.
I'm dying in here! I'm dying!
I reached for like the button for the light.
Oh, that was good.
I couldn't find
I'm a new woman.
Ooh, I feel so much better. I didn't realize it was actually primal scream therapy.
I was able to really unplug while doing that. And
I think I would too.
Get lost completely. And if you can find a way to just not sit there and let your mind race all over the place, then that's what it's for.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know what, though? I think what was very cool is for people who are unaware of it, you are floating, you are suspended, and it's kind of wild because you don't know where you are in space and time, and then you'll start to float and you'll bump against the side. And I'm here. Okay,
I had little visions and stuff.
Did you?
Oh, tripping balls, huh?
Yeah, I wasn't tripping balls.
Okay.
No, it was weird. I saw this. It was hard to explain. It was,
follow me to the top of the mountain.
It was like a twilight, and I saw this country road with a truck on it. And
my name is Jim. I'll be leading you on your journey. We're going to a seahorse party.
Oh my God, forever.
Seahorses forever.
But I don't know. I don't know why I saw the images that I saw. It was very
awesome.
Relaxing to me, though. It was great.
And Kathy had a panic attack.
And I mean, once I added the light, I was okay.
Okay.
It was a little
She
tiny
started
bit of
reading.
light.
Seahorses forever.
I did though. I panicked.
Real quick. Jim Morrison. I watched that Val documentary you guys recommended.
It's great, right?
Where they have the archival footage of Jim Morrison dancing on stage, and then they cut to the movie footage of Val Kilmer dancing on stage. I couldn't tell which person was which.
No, that's why he was perfect for it.
It was unbelievable how great he was in that role.
Yep. No, I agree with you.
Yeah.
All right. So anyhow, you got to take some time for yourself. Okay. We're not taking enough time, alone time for ourselves. And if it's not for a whole day, at least maybe finding a walking trail or something like that.
Yes.
And going out for a couple hours.
Stop thinking of it as frivolous. You need to do it for your health.
Yep, exactly. All right, other stats and information from the Just Saying Institute. We'll go with this one. Sleeping completely in the nude might not be the best idea. This is kind of silly, this little story, but I thought it was kind of fun to bring up. Surgeon and YouTuber Dr. Anthony Ewan says that there's an argument to be made for at least keeping your underwear on all night.
How do you sleep?
In the video, how do I sleep?
Yeah.
Just in my underwear.
Okay.
But from time to time, I go sans. I go completely naked.
I've done that more often than not.
I don't find it very comfortable. I find it less comfortable than sleeping in my underwear. But
I like a leisure suit.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, because I don't sleep under the covers, I sleep with underwear, and I'll sleep with a loose T-shirt.
Okay. In the video, he says the average person passes gas 15 to 25 times a day. and this can happen when you're sleeping. And a scientific study proved that every time you pass gas, you're spraying just the tiniest amount of fecal matter. And that same study showed that your tighty whities will catch all of those particles.
Okay, like a charcoal filter.
But it just can't. I mean, they're so minute and so tiny. So for the sake of your bed partner, he says, please sleep with your underwear on. But
we sleep alone, so This doesn't. If this is more for the benefit of your partner, then we can fart away.
Yeah, exactly. So I'd say if you like sleeping naked.
When you first started sharing your bed with a member of the opposite sex, when you started dating and having relations,
somebody would sleep there with you.
How hard would you have to fight to hold your gas? Because that's.
Oh, I don't remember.
Yeah.
Did you have to fight really hard?
I'm not overly gassy, but you would wait.
Yeah. You also don't drink. And
yes, that's a big thing.
When, if, for example, in college, if you would be lucky enough to bring a lovely lady home at the end of the evening, and
let's have some chili.
You've been having a Milwaukee. No, man, like drinking Milwaukee's Best or Natty Light all night. It's just a toxic recipe.
I just remember
and a tiny bed, by the way. Like you got a mattress that's like 3 feet wide.
Yes, like a dorm bed.
Yeah,
exactly. I remember the idea of it being a lot better than the actual practice of it.
Right.
I remember the first time I was like, "This is going to be so great." We cuddle, and I was like, "There is not enough room in here for us. This sucks."
By the way, I'm putting this out there for the universe. It's okay to not like being tangled up in someone.
Totally.
It's absolutely fine. I don't like to sleep. I will gladly cuddle next to my wife when we're watching TV. I love her to death. I married her, for Christ's sake. But I don't like that on top of each other thing.
No, I agree. And sleeping in the same bed, contrary to some beliefs, is not a sign of commitment. I mean, it's I got to go to bed. I want to sleep restfully through the night, so I need my space.
You know, it's the sign of commitment.
What?
Kissing things.
Yeah.
Right.
That you would normally not see.
Yes.
Yeah.
Would you kiss it?
Right.
Okay. I don't know why he's on the line right now.
Me neither.
But we're at the Just Saying Institute. But Sean, the guy who rode the unicycle from the Bend to the Shore thing, is on the phone line.
Oh yeah.
Oh, it's because they opened up a new the unicycle warehouse at the Just Saying Institute.
Oh, they did. That's right.
Pussy Island.
Unicycle Museum in Pussy Island.
Yeah. Let me go.
Okay.
Hi, Sean. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you guys doing today?
We're great. So, Casey was talking about you yesterday about riding a unicycle from the Bend to the Shore, and you're calling in now.
Yes, sir. I missed you guys yesterday. Heard you on the podcast. Had to call today.
Okay.
This is Casey's fault.
This is Casey's fault.
Yeah, he blamed me on Instagram yesterday. I don't recall ever saying what you said I said.
Oh, you absolutely said it. After the first time you did the Tour de Shore, you said, "Oh, this is great, and next year I'll do it on a unicycle."
Okay, that was a joke, right?
That was a joke.
Okay,
yes, it
But
was.
you did it. Now you did it this year.
But I did this year.
All right.
I've done it. This is the 4th year that I've done it.
So he's done this more. He's done this 4 years, Case.
Yeah.
Wow, I didn't realize that.
I mean, last year was virtual, so I don't know what you did last year, but this is not your first time. You actually have been featured on, I believe, Fox 29 featured you, but I don't know how you are able to do what you do for as long as you do, and you actually beat other cyclists that are on 2 wheels. Like that to me is, I think, the most impressive is that you don't come in last place.
Well, slow and steady wins the race.
Right.
By the way, do you
copyright that?
Do you hop off of that thing at any point in time during that 65-mile ride?
During the rest stops, yeah.
Okay, so you do stop at the rest stops. Okay.
All right, and how is it going over the bridges, up the hills, and all that stuff,
and through the dales?
Actually, up the bridges are easy. Down the bridges, it's a little harder because I'm just using my legs for the brakes because I have no brakes on it.
That's true.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it's like it's a straight axle that your pedals are hooked up to.
True.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
So where do you put your basket for bagels and stuff?
Nothing.
Wow, man.
What was that?
No, that's quite an accomplishment. You stop and think about that. Is the fact that your braking system and that whole mechanism is much different. So, do you have a personal time goal for the next one?
I just to keep finishing it and pushing back a little further. Eventually, I want to do the 65, starting out the 65.
Oh, you did the 50 miler.
You do the 50 miler, right?
It's kind of
I do the 50. Yeah.
Cheating.
It's kind of lame.
Yeah.
That's badass, dude. No, that was a joke. Sean's having a hard time with the joke concept of the show. By the way, what size tire is that thing? Because we're watching video footage, and it's huge.
Yeah, it's a 36-inch wheel.
Okay, Casey, what size are your tires on your bike? Any idea?
I don't even, maybe 27. I have no clue.
Well, you're cheating then, man.
I know.
No, it's a big.
No, is that a custom unicycle or what's the story? That's a standard size for unicycles?
It's the largest, like commercial grade that you can get.
Okay.
Like the biggest one that they just sell. And basically, the bigger the wheel, the easier it is to go distance.
Okay, that makes sense.
So
What if you? Yeah. Okay, so that is amazing, and that's obviously for a long time. If you could get one that had a wheelbase or a diameter of 66 miles, you'd be done in no time.
One revolution and you're
Exactly.
finished.
One revolution, I'm done.
Yep. All right, well, Sean, congratulations on another challenging feat.
Yeah.
You did it, man.
Hey, thank you, guys. And I'll be back next year.
All right, man.
We'll see you then. All right, see you, Sean.
All right, see you guys.
We should get Sean to come by before the main shore and bring his unicycle here.
Show us the deal.
Let us take a crack at that thing.
Have you ever been able to?
No, I've never
Okay.
tried.
Yeah.
And I know I would be terrible at it, but I would at least like to try one.
They do have classes at the Unicycle Museum.
Pussy Island? Okay.
Yeah.
My neighbor John rides one, or he says he can ride one, and he has one. I've never seen him do it. And I told him he needs to show me how to do it.
I'm really good at it.
Are you really? No. Okay. I can walk
We
on
all know
stilts.
Nick's sense of balance.
I can walk on stilts, but I can't.
Man dies thinking about hiking.
Casey, stilts without the ones you hold on to with your hands?
Well, I haven't tried those.
Okay.
The hand stilts I have.
Yeah. I could do those, but the ones where they just put them on your feet.
Like painters do that.
That's pretty impressive. Yeah.
They're very cool. I want to try
it's amazing.
those.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I want to try stilts and stits.
Stilts and stits. Norma knows how to do that. All right, what else we have from the Just Saying Institute? Let's go back here. We're gonna roll away from the Unicycle Museum.
Distraction.
All right, how about this? When gyms closed their doors last year, most Americans had no choice but to exercise at home. This year, April 2021, 85% of consumers said they streamed their exercise classes on a weekly basis, a dramatic increase from only 7% in 2019. And according to a survey by Fit Rated, about 42% of cannabis users said that since the start of the pandemic, they've paired cannabis with their workout routines more frequently. Smoking is the preferred.
Empty the tank.
The preferred method of consumption, and according to the project manager, tincture and edibles were reported as the most helpful for keeping post-workout pain at bay. While less than 41% of the survey's respondents used cannabis to motivate themselves to work out, nearly 40% said they became so stoned that they couldn't work out at all.
So, I don't smoke pot anymore, but there was a time where I did, and I did that every day. Like,
would you use it for motivation?
I use it for motivation, and so
to me, it would seem to work against that.
Yeah,
no, believe it or not, once you get started, if you like, for me, and I can only speak for myself, like. If I did that and then like sat down for a little bit, it was tough to get me off the couch. But if I did that and then immediately went to do something, whether it be clean the house or go to the gym or whatever, then I would be more focused on that stuff.
I use it as an incentive. As
a treat
for doing it. Yeah, do it first, and then you can partake.
So you work out, you go over to the bottom of the steps, and there's Rochelle there with an edible, and she pops in your mouth.
Pops in my mouth. Yep, that's exactly what she does. So yeah, I think you'd be good in that regard. Now, I do know people who like to use it for their workout.
Yeah.
They're I knew some people who train in jiu-jitsu.
Yeah.
Like that was their thing. They like to get high and then do that.
I think also you might benefit from loosening up,
right?
I'd be like sleeping on the equipment at the gym.
Yeah.
Okay.
You'd be surprised.
I'm going to go to this call because now every single time we mention marijuana, Heather calls in, and I haven't got to her because she's gotten involved in the marijuana industry. Yeah. So let me go to her real quick. And hi, Heather, you're on the air. Good morning.
I'm sorry, I'm a little high right now. So
You're a little high right now.
What do you want to share, Heather?
Okay, so I'm going to try to put this simply, which for me is not easy. I am overweight. I've been overweight. I lost a lot of weight. I gained some weight back, and since medical marijuana has come into my life, it helps with little things that can give my life better quality. It gets me out of pain. It gets me out of bed in the morning. It suppresses my appetite because there is something called humulene, which is a terpene found in the plant, and there's THCV. Both of them, especially together, suppress your appetite. And I've lost 35 pounds in the
35 pounds. So that
Yeah.
wow, because you always hear that it would have the opposite. Yeah, it would enhance it.
Well, how does it do for your for exercising? Does it help you in that regard? Because that's what we're referring to in this particular conversation.
Well, okay, so with the exercise, I don't know what it does, but it makes the workout, well, my version of a workout, easier. I'm more focused. I get the job done. I'm not thinking, oh, God, I've got another half mile to walk. It's like, dude, I got the music. I'm vibing. It's a whole thing. And being a medical patient, it's not about smoking. I pop a couple capsules, a tincture, and I'm off, to do my workout.
What is a tincture, by the way?
That goes under your tongue. So it's basically, you can get MCT oil-based tinctures. You have alcohol-based tinctures, but I've only found them in D.C.
You ever use tinctures that are CBD tinctures?
I actually just picked one up from a dispensary yesterday.
Yeah.
It's a Moxie. It's a 3-to-1 fruit punch. And last night it was just fantastic. I just chilled on the couch with the boyfriend, and I'm like, okay, it's time for bed.
Yeah.
Within 15 minutes, it works.
So the tinctures, is it you can get those with THC?
Oh, yeah, you get them at the dispensary.
Okay.
And the ones with CBD and THC, they're also found at the dispensary. I wouldn't really do CBD on its own.
All right. Because I was curious. I didn't think that edible marijuana, medical marijuana, was available in, and I would kind of qualify that as edible because you're putting it in your mouth.
Can I just educate you a little?
Yeah.
And I did send you a long ass email about.
Yeah, we don't read those.
I don't read the really long ones.
One paragraph max.
Yep.
You know what? It makes me feel good that at least I sent it, and what you do with it, I don't care if you wipe your butt with it.
I read it. I told you we had
Send
a
us the
conversation.
shorter one.
Yes.
Send us several short ones, and we'll get to those.
Oh, I know. I'm messing with you.
It's all right.
Anyway,
Send one sentence at a time.
In Pennsylvania, the laws are so ass backwards. They can sell you flour, but you can't take a match to it. You can make edibles, but they won't sell edibles. What they consider edibles in Pennsylvania with this stupid-ass law is a capsule. They have RSO capsules. They have tinctures, syringes, the RSO syringes, the distillate syringes. So they classify them as edibles. But in our mind, an edible is a brownie. It's canna butter. It's canna oil. So just rules need to get changed so people have access to.
What's your Heather? What's your site that you have a site, right, that you promote?
Well, it's not my site. I work for JSB certifications.
Right.
We give patients access to the best tools and the best support system, and we have an awesome platform. We certify and we recertify patients every Thursday, and it's changed my life. And I don't want to say it saved my life because you still have to work at things. You can't look at plant medicine, medical marijuana as an end-all be-all. No, you still have to work at it.
There you go. Well, you sound much. We had a lengthy conversation. I told you how good and how positive and upbeat you sound, and that's wonderful.
Well, thank you. And thank you for taking my call. I'm so passionate about this. And just have an open mind. Let's end the stigma and let's work out.
All right. Thanks, Heather. Appreciate it.
Love you guys.
Love you.
See ya.
When Riley Cote was here 2 or 3 years ago, he brought in tinctures with CBD in them, and I really like those a lot. They're little medicine droppers.
Did you notice an effect?
Yeah, and I found it to be with pain management. It was helpful, and it's not overwhelming. There's no THC in the things that he brought in, but I like that approach of just putting it under your tongue. You can put it in a drink if you want, and it's simple and you're done with it.
All right. Interesting. Look at it. To just say an institute, we learned about unicycles and tincture.
Yep, it's what they do. Do I have time for another story?
Yes, you do.
Okay, we'll do another one here from JSI. According to this study, extroverts may generally spend more time with others, but a new study finds introverts are actually better at understanding people in general.
So how would you classify yourself?
Probably an extrovert.
Yeah.
I guess. I'm not as social as I used to be, but I would not qualify. I would not consider myself an introvert. How about you?
No, I'm gregarious, and I like people, but I do have shades of introvertism, I guess.
Okay. Yale researchers found that introverts were better at answering questions about human behaviors than extroverts were. The study co-author says it could be that the melancholic introverted people are spending more time observing human nature than those who are busy interacting with others, or they are more accurate at introspection because they have fewer motivational biases.
I think I'm a student of human behavior. I observe people.
Do you?
I've amassed some. You learn things as you live long enough, and you start to say, your internal radar, your internal mechanism kicks in a lot of times. And I'm finding I'm right now more than ever in my life, you have to amass life experiences.
I'm okay at it. I feel I could be better at with my powers of observation.
Have you tried tincture?
No. I think your observational behavior has gotten a lot better, especially since your daughter was born. I think you're just more observant than you were before that.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, I observed that
of you. I appreciate it. Casey's good at observing people.
I like to observe.
Yeah.
I'm an observer.
Yeah. You usually do it in a van parked across the street.
But you're not. But you are very outgoing too. You manage to do both.
I am, and you know what's funny? And sometimes it works, and sometimes it doesn't work, and and I'm okay with that. It's not
like
that
when
big
you're
of a deal.
introducing Stranger Things stars.
Yeah. Hey, and listen, that guy was fine, and our interaction was fine, but there was somebody that was observing our interaction who didn't necessarily care for it, and and put an end to it, and that's fine. But
you know what I love? Here's my observation about Casey. Is one of the things I love about you is I will see you interact with strangers, say somebody at a convenience store or something like that. And Casey will make a concerted effort to make a connection with that person.
Right.
To make them smile, have a conversation, do something pleasant. And sometimes they're receptive to it, and other times they are not. And I like watching when there's times they are not, and Casey will do several attempts at trying to get that person, trying to make a connection.
Right.
And sometimes it's time to stop.
Yeah.
And then I will watch you really make a concerted effort, and they're just not having it.
And they're just not having it, and I feel like I don't push it too far.
No, not too far, not at all. It's a very admirable thing. You've tried to make a connection. You've tried to share some good, to make somebody's day.
You got to figure somebody like that, like as you're sharing this, I'm trying to think. I'm like, all right, maybe he's thinking about our experience at Lowe's earlier this summer, right?
But anytime, say someone's wearing a name tag,
right?
Casey will use their name.
Yeah.
It's a very personal touch that you like to use.
So those people are interacting with hundreds probably of people a day, right? And so I would want our interaction to not be one of those interactions where they go home and go, oh, this freaking guy.
Right.
You know what I mean?
You so badly wanted to be my best friend.
Well, not even like that, but there are several people out there that are just a-holes or...
Dude, really love Wetzel's pretzels.
No, so they might encounter some crappy people during the day, and you want to be the bright spot to
offset,
or maybe one of the bright spots.
To be the difference. That makes sense.
Yeah.
I like that.
So we were we went out to dinner on Saturday night before the race, the ride. It was me, Matt Cord, Patty, and Bob, and there was 2 different birthday parties that were going on. So somebody sang happy birthday, and when their dinner was done, they walked past me, and I simply said, hey, have a happy birthday, and I got 0 response. Like, not even an acknowledgement that somebody had spoken to them, and I didn't push it. I just left it the way it was. I'm like, okay, I guess they just don't like talking to strangers,
Be that way, dickhead.
But I didn't let that affect me, and, maybe they didn't hear me, but I'm pretty sure that they did, but, whatever.
Will you sometimes see someone in a setting, like a convenience store, use that as just an example, who's working there, and you look at him and you go, that person's not having a good day? Or or they seem to be sour. Will you go over and try and soften them a little bit?
No, that's not my job. That's
Okay.
I won't go out of my way. But if we have to have an interaction, I'm going to try and make it a pleasant interaction for us.
It's
right?
very admirable.
Yeah.
I have a gun. Could you put this money?
Here's a term I never knew about
How you
before.
doing, Jeff? I have a gun.
I have a gun.
It's nice to see you today. Can you put all the money in this bag,
Put a
please?
smile on your face. Put a smile on your face.
There's somebody called an ambivert, which I'd never heard of before. It's somebody who is both introverted and extroverted.
Oh.
That might be me then.
Yeah, I think
All
that
right.
I think that you would qualify, Steve.
Let's read this. Amber Vision. Ooh, that's a good.
I like that, man.
That's a good
It's like
name.
WandaVision.
X-Man.
Amber Version. I'm sorry, not Amber Vision. Amber Version.
I'm colorblind, but all I see is amber.
Although many people being viewed introverted or extroverted as mutually exclusive, most contemporary trait theories measure levels of extroversion and introversion as part of a single continuous dimension of personality, with some scores near one end and the others near the halfway mark. Ambiversion is falling more or less directly in the middle.
Yeah, some days you feel like a nut. Sometimes, you know. I mean, but like honestly, some
Joy's
days,
got nuts.
some days you're really extroverted, and some days you're just not into it. You know.
Yeah.
Some days people just suck.
Sometimes you wish you were an Oscar Mayer wiener.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what I
Would
truly
really
like
like
to be, yeah. So anyhow, they're saying that possibly, according to this study, that introverts may actually have a better understanding of people than extroverts do because they're kind of observers as opposed to interactors.
Do you think that this also applies to social media realms? Like there are days where you kind of want to share everything on social media and be out there, and then other days where you're just like, I can't take it at all and I need to be removed from all of it. Like you're more engaging some of the time and less engaging other times.
I long ago gave up. I don't want to do anything that anyone considers any sort of opinion other than movies and stuff like that.
Not even opinions. I just mean like engaging with people, you know, like having conversations.
Oh yeah, no, I will jump in.
Yeah,
every day or a couple of days, I'll and then take a break because I don't think
the breaks are necessary.
Anyone necessarily finds me all that riveting that they're hanging on every word. Oh, when's he gonna post again?
Right.
Did I ever share with you? I don't think I shared with you guys my experience when I was it was at Home Depot. It wasn't at Lowe's, but I was shopping for things to build my outdoor shower enclosure.
Okay. Oh, okay. Go ahead.
So I'm standing in this aisle, and there are pieces of equipment that I needed, but I didn't know exactly what I needed. And this guy comes walking down the aisle, and I do the thing that I do. I eye this guy up, I size him up, and I go, I feel like this guy might have an answer for me, right? And I would say more often than not, the people shopping at Home Depot or Lowe's are actually better suited to answer a question for you than the people that work there.
A lot of them are contractors.
Right. So I eye this guy up, and I start asking him a question. He goes, you know, I don't work here. I go, I know, but you look like you know what you're talking about.
Listen, I don't want to hurt your feelings, but I'm not gay. No, I'm going to build a shop. Oh, I'm sorry. I misread the sign.
Long story short, Steve.
Yeah.
This guy installed shower enclosures and fences for 25 years for the company that I had actually bought my shower enclosure from.
Doesn't get better than that.
Doesn't get any better than that. And not only that, I needed to drill holes into this concrete slab. He was like, dude, I'll come over. He's like, $15 a hole. I'll drill your holes for you.
I'll fill your holes for
I'll fill your holes. And so he did. And so this guy that I sized up and that you
took a chance.
Struck up a little mini conversation. He was the only guy in the entire store that had done what I needed to do for 25 years. And he came over and so there you go. Like
that's why it's good to I mean, obviously, you would know if the guy was cursing and had a swastika tattooed on his forehead, you'd probably skip him. But this guy was.
I'm going to stay away from that guy.
Yeah.
Hence Casey's power of observation, which is what I was saying. Yep. He's got a good eye for.
This guy can fill my holes
for people.
No, I don't need him filled. I need him dug. I need him to core some holes for me.
I need this guy to bore out my holes.
That's it.
That's
exactly what I'm doing.
All right. Well, hopefully we've learned something here today, and that's all we have time for at the Just Saying Institute this morning. We're all headed off to the Pussy Island location,
which is so beautiful
for a retreat. let's take a break and come back in just a second or two because we got more to get to. Are we doing the bizarre file next? Is that next?
No.
That's not next. That's later on.
Yeah.
You just calm down there, Missy.
Sassy pants.
We'll be right back.
I did with Kevin Sorbo because my wife loves the show Hercules and always had a crush on him, and he did it, and he did a great job. But he talked for a while.
I did one. It wasn't a cameo. It was the musical one that I did for my brother.
This is Ian McCarran. Kathy Raimondo wants to let you know she wishes you'd stop parking in her spot.
It's my spot! I love that it's my spot now.
She's very upset with you. Wishes you'd have a little more consideration.
What did you did a musical one?
Yeah, so there's a backup singer / trumpet player for Trey's band, Jennifer Harsberg. Yeah, and so she ended up singing a song for my brother, but I wanted to do one for my daughter for her birthday, but you go through and it's like, all right, well, this person's too expensive, and then this person is not as expensive, but do they, are they as important? Like, I don't know how much a Mark McGrath would cost.
Yeah, you can probably get like 4 Mark McGraths for a Pat Sajak.
We should do our own cameos. How much would we be worth?
So,
$1,000.
So you can have longer chats, by the way. So
really?
So like for example, Mark McGrath is $90 right now. I think it says. So, but if you do extend it, you can ask for. I just asked for the bare bones minimum. Yeah. I mean, because my wife is always crushed on Sorbo, so I said, and I told him that in the little description, and he couldn't have been better, and talked for a while,
there's a couple my best friend I want to send when his birthday's coming up in a couple of months, but I can't think because like the movie lines that we throw at each other are really offbeat, obscure people who didn't even really have a career.
No, yeah.
And so I'm like, I can't find anyone.
I doubt Tom Cruise is doing them.
That would make sense. So
Hi, this is Tom Cruise. You can't handle the truth, but apparently you can handle a lot. Billy says thanks for last night.
So Todd Glass is here.
Yeah!
Oh, God.
Yeah.
I'm gonna cry. Wow, it's exciting every time.
We'll be at Helium Comedy Club.
It is incredibly exciting.
Tomorrow, Thursday, and Friday. I'm not done speaking yet.
Sorry. I'm a different person than I used to be.
Are you?
Really?
Is it because of this treatment that you've had done?
I'm just, I listen more, and I'm not as no. I feel crazy right now.
Wow.
Yeah.
But I'm happy to be here.
You told me in the green room that you're now a full Hasidic rabbi.
And he knew because of the things on the sides.
And I didn't want to. I should have let you announce.
That's my improv skills.
All right, well,
let's things on the side.
Let's bring everybody in on this on what we're talking about. So Todd requested that we have a certain treatment done. Casey, did he contact you about it?
Yeah. So I don't know. Maybe this is all the rage in Los Angeles these days, but
here.
Yeah, and here. Well, we talked about it here on our show where I think we initially heard of it as a like on-site hangover treatment.
Yes.
Where if you put one on the night before you weren't feeling all that great, that there's a service that will come to your office or residence or whatever, and they'll administer an IV and that is filled with like saline,
gummy bears,
B12, and stuff like that.
We remember our calendar shoot when we had that little snafu when they showed up. The bachelor party that had all of the equipment. It was like the leftovers of this treatment that they had done.
But so many people are doing it now, and apparently it's effective.
Well, I'm out of the loop. I'm out of the loop because I'm not familiar. I've heard of the hangover thing, but I didn't know that this is all the rage, as you were saying.
That's what I hear.
There's facilities specifically for this now.
Okay. Well, the facility that we have here is called City Hydration. And Christy is here from City Hydration. Hi, Christy.
Hi, how are you?
Nice to see you. I'm wonderful. But what were you going to say, Todd?
No, I was going to say something. I bet that she could probably explain it better than me. So then I was like, well, probably you were right to go her way. But now that I have your attention,
yes,
I real quick, I have friends that have done it over the years. And even 15 years ago, I would hear about it. But it was just to me someone did on the set or that had money. I always thought. And
it was for the wealthy.
it was only for the wealthy.
Only for the wealthy, the 1%ers.
And so it's not a new thing. It's just new that you're able to do it. But my friend said at first you do it like maybe you're under the weather, but then you realize how good you feel. You're like, you know what? I just want to feel real good for my wedding or for something you're doing one day that you just want to feel great. You're going to a concert at night, so like in the day, you're just at your best.
Yeah, Todd, I saw a special on it. It was a local. It might have been you, City Hydration Services, and they were talking about the. It's now become a ritual for a lot of people because I just normally associate it with a hangover thing. Okay, but there are apparently just wellness aspects to it. So, what's in your bag, Todd? What do you? Because you're going right now.
Mine now. I don't want you to laugh at me.
He's hooked up to an IV right now.
Right now, he has an IV needle into his arm.
And by the way, my palms are sweating.
Yeah, Kathy hates needles.
Looking at that IV in your arm.
Yeah.
Oh my God! Like,
Kathy will not be using this service.
Some people, yeah, it's same with some people. It doesn't really like for me. It was just like it sounds like this is like I'm not doing an ad for it, but it was like a pinch, same, and then now I'm not even thinking.
Well,
about
you're a regular intravenous drug user. So
well, I am.
Nothing.
In all
for
fairness, mine does have mashed potatoes in it.
Wow.
So, wow. Just because I felt she said I look low on gravy, and I said, well, then
let's top that off.
Give me 2 bags of gravy.
I would say this.
Funny, John. Look how my friend John.
You have a friend here, I guess. So what is he? Is he the this is a double-blind experiment? If he passes away, you're good.
I started his intravenous about 20 minutes before mine. If he drops dead, I pull mine out early.
No, this has been vetted quite a lot. People are using this quite often.
Yeah,
so.
yeah.
I'm sorry, your name is Christy. Is that
Christy,
yeah.
yes.
So how's business been? Is it booming?
It is booming. We've been around for about 2 years now, and it was slow going in the beginning because it's really not well known on the East Coast. I first saw this business in California. Then I moved to Colorado. They were everywhere in Colorado. And when I realized there wasn't anything like this in Philadelphia, I decided to move home and give it a shot with opening one up.
Now, are your customers primarily well-known comedians looking for free stuff?
Yeah. Our customers are everything. I mean, you have the tired mom, you have the professional athletes, you have cold and flu patients. I mean, we're kind of all across the board with the clients we see.
That's what I was going to ask about. Cold. Like if you're sick, if you have the flu, you need your fluids replenished. People come to you just if they're not feeling so hot. They'll come in for that.
Yeah. So our cold and flu infusion has been incredibly popular this year. It seems to be hitting everybody and pretty hard at that. So we see people come in when symptoms are starting. We'll have people come in because their wife and their kids are sick. We'll have people come in when it's just been dragging on and they can't really get over the hump of the cold. We tell everyone our cold and flu infusion, it's all antioxidants. It is not a cure for the flu. It's not a cure for a cold. It's just going to help your body, boost your immunity, and help you get over it a lot faster.
So you recover quicker?
Exactly.
Okay.
A common question coming up, text messages, how much does it cost?
Yes. So it really varies. I mean, most of our infusions are customized by our clients depending on how they're feeling and what they're needing. It starts at $75 for a plain bag with nothing mixed in, and we've seen them go as expensive as $300 plus with the additives they choose.
So okay, but if you book it through us, free.
Yeah.
Now, is it so the one with nothing in it? No, not nothing in it. It's not a novelty bag. But what is
the $75 bag?
What is the basic fluid?
The $75 bag is just plain saline. And a lot of people think like the vitamins and stuff are beneficial when really the hydration aspect of it is where you feel the best.
So Todd, you had surgery. You had with the heart issue. I had my deal.
I play younger.
But
well, is that an issue?
I don't want you to lose your job on Riverdale. But the saline thing is always what they give you, and it kind of it gets you back up and running.
Really makes you feel like you're revived.
Yeah. All right, how is this different than just drinking a lot of liquids or electrolytes?
I mean, so that's a great question. So absorption via the GI tract is variable, and it's susceptible to first pass metabolism, which is really just a fancy way of saying that a portion of what's taken in by mouth is filtered through the gut and the liver, and it's not really hitting your bloodstream.
You're going right in.
Yeah, exactly.
All
so
right.
this is 100% absorption. It bypasses your GI tract. It's not filtered as much. It's going right into the blood cells.
Okay. So how are you feeling? Whenever I've had an IV, it's weird because you'll start to feel it. I don't know if that's a placebo
What, like
thing
in
going
your
on.
body?
Well, you start to feel
cold.
Yeah.
I'll tell you. Really? It's very common. You feel cold pretty much instantly. Your hand or your arm, wherever it's infusing, you'll start to feel a little cold. A lot of people taste the B vitamins. Do you taste it?
No.
Yeah.
I taste the donut I had.
Yeah, a majority of people will taste those B vitamins. It kind of tastes like a Flintstones vitamin. It's not too terrible. But it's the hydration that's really giving you that immediate difference. We have a lot of people that love B12 in their infusions. It's
B12 is a big thing. You always hear B12 mentioned.
And I tried B12, and I was not looking to think. I didn't want to make pretend it was working if it didn't. So I was during the day. I go, I don't know if I feel it. At night, absolutely. What I always say is clear-headed, and I did it one more time. I don't need to do it every day, but it was another thing I was going to. I was like, God, I like the way that was the first time. I went and did it again, and not lightheaded, clear-headed, you know? And to me, it feels like the B12 right now, but like 3 times.
How often do you do it, Todd?
I've only done the B12 twice.
Just twice? Okay.
Yeah, so this to me, the closest I can get to ever feeling it was that. This right now, even now, and it's only been in there for 20 minutes, it feels like 3 times that. It feels very nice.
All right, so should you go to your doctor before you do something like this?
So we actually
Let's keep them out of this.
We have physicians on staff. All of our staff are critical care nurses, so ER, ICU, lots of experience. And our physicians are also part of this.
Okay.
All right, the reason I ask is because I remember I started taking a multivitamin because I thought you should take a multivitamin. And then my doctor was like, don't take a multivitamin. You shouldn't take that. You should check with me before you take any vitamins of any type because
Always
you
good.
may not need those or they may be counterproductive.
Well, a lot of these facilities, at least the ones that I know of, it is either retired nurses or nurses who are out of their field that are now moving on to open up something like this.
Yeah, we kind of chose a little bit of a different business model. We wanted our nurses to still be based in hospitals, skills very fresh. They're great at IVs. They're quick to think. They're just more prepared, I feel like, when they have been in action and they're working in hospitals and then coming into work.
You want actual medical personnel doing this. You don't want a guy in a van doing
it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
All right. So so this is something that you're digging. So how amongst other comedians and stuff, do you see this a lot? Other people, entertainers using this a lot?
I've just always heard stories like, they got someone didn't feel well. They got a mobile. They called it a mobile nurse.
Yeah.
Okay. And they come because they're nurses. They're registered nurses.
It's a classic, Todd. Because he it's the same reason why you serve your water in a glass jug in your and it's the reason why you wanted a circular driveway. You just sort of project wealth when it comes to this sort of stuff, right?
Well, you just want to find out. What are you talking about?
He's talking about you. You wanted the hedges trimmed when you were a kid. You're about presentation. Yeah. You're about making sure you're at your best.
Well, why not?
Yes.
Well, why not? Do you have a company that come out and put some low energy in you? Yeah, I want to have a little lower energy.
I want to be sedate and a social outcast.
And I want to tell you guys something, and I don't mean to jump right to it, but I know how it works. You got to get funny quick. People, can I tell you something off the top? When I come in here every time, how can I get people to come to my show? Not like in a begging way. Look, you go to Netflix. If you think I'm funny, if you're not familiar with me. Also, by the way, tonight I will be on Jimmy Kimmel. We already recorded it, but we did it from his club in Las Vegas. And it's with the whole band, and it's the most different stand-up set I've ever done, seriously, in my career on late-night television.
You've been calling this the event of a lifetime.
I have. Yes. There you go. It's what it says. That's the name of my tour.
Of a lifetime, and that's saying a lot.
And I have the whole band with me on the show. So I've never done a late-night set with the whole band.
Yeah.
So they're all there. John over here, he is the keyboard guy in the band.
And he's currently he blew right through his bag.
Wait.
Look at it.
Seriously,
his bag is empty.
Yeah,
you're right.
What is it about a keyboard player that has them suck up their juice quicker?
Is he in your Netflix?
By the way, Steve, you got 3 cackles out of me this morning, and it's like not the most appealing thing about yourself because you think that's who you really are. In the other room, you said something. I went. I'm like, I guess that's how I laugh when I don't have time to do the fake laugh, like,
Is John in your Netflix special?
No, John is not.
Okay,
John in that Netflix
When are you going to
special.
film your Netflix special?
Well, I'm getting close. I'm getting close to film the one that aired already.
I love the last one, by the way.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is when you come to my live show, I seriously take I take responsibility for every. And the minute you get in there, I want it to be an experience. When you're buying your ticket, what it's like, the music you're listening to in the bar before you go into the showroom, what you hear when you leave the showroom. So and then the band as people are being sat. So I really care about the show. So if that's any reason, because people spend money they don't have. Sometimes they spend money they don't have. They park, babysitters, everything ends up costing. And as I do comedy longer, I try to remember that. I've made mistakes in the past when you didn't give it your best. So now,
put your hand down
so
that you drain quicker.
Hey, by the way, just reached over to calm Todd down for a moment while he's streaming done.
So, your Netflix special is really, really great. Very, very meticulous. And I know all stand-up comedians, or most successful stand-up comedians, really, every single beat is rehearsed and practiced. And with the band, you take it to a whole new level. Now, I had also heard when you talk about the experience for the fan, for the people that are spending money to go to your show, that I heard that you, even with the green room, you will go in and you'll spend money and you'll decorate the green room just to sort of make sure that it's
it gets sometimes that stuff, and I don't know if it's my own insecurities. It gets exaggerated, but basically what I've done is you're in a green room. It's really bright.
Yeah.
And they don't have a lamp. Most clubs, if they figured out after years, if you're it's people are going to be hanging in here, that is not conducive to hanging out.
You want mood lighting.
So at Target, you buy a lamp and you leave it. Right. You leave it for the club. You're like, there you go, and now hopefully every comedian uses it.
I hear
stuff like
it's
that.
about presentation. I agree with that 1,000%.
Yeah.
So you're very proud of this. I have to ask you, because on your Twitter page you have all these animations, all these cartoons to promoting the show. Mm-hmm. Is there the chance that we're going to see a Todd Glass animated series, or
no? But it's fun. They Josh would take these. They were called mashups. They would take literally you talking about a sketch and turn it into a sketch. It was really a cool way to do it.
They're well done.
Yeah, because you're just talking it. Sometimes you'll talk a sketch. You'll be like, yeah, what if this? And they would take it to life. And they ended up on the internet.
They're very funny. They're bits of your routines and stuff, and they're animated and it's the animation's top level.
And did I ever tell you that, speaking of animation? Speaking of that, speaking of other things, this happens, a little turnaround, you put it all in a bowl. Next thing you know, who's to say you can't talk about the frame situation that happened before? So,
do you have a personal experience?
You never know the way it turns around conversation.
Best segue I've ever.
But seriously, was Dunkirk necessary?
Put it in a bowl, spin it around.
I brought my dad. I don't mean to, but by the way, my dad did pass away. That is the truth.
Yes, I'm
sorry. But I brought him to after he passed away, I dragged him to a frame shop, and I told them, this is a true story. That's why I was wanting to get in here. How important it was to me. I said, I said, this is my dad. He's dead, and I want to have him framed. And I go back next week.
Oh no,
he's not there, and the shirt is framed. I go, what are you doing, my dad?
There was a body.
Yes.
Yeah. No, that pisses you off. You tell me you didn't pay.
Can I add my serious thoughts to that for whatever it's worth?
Serious.
That wasn't my serious.
Wait, that didn't happen?
That wasn't my serious. Is that I know from knowing this happened once with somebody's pictures after a wedding.
Yeah.
Not all of them, but the most empathy that it is met with, the easier it makes for you to try to go. Like if it's like, I think what happens, let's say it's a picture of your grandmother, whatever it is. Yeah. What would you have wanted your grandmother to do in that situation? Like, to be nice to this person, to be like, she'd probably want it to be the best scenario in the world. So if someone meets it with knowing how important it is, like to just go, they look genuinely crushed. To me, it would make it easier to go, look, people make mistakes, even on these big things, and try to meet it with, it sucks, but it's okay.
Yeah.
But it helps when it's met with empathy. And I know someone that dealt with it once with pictures. It wasn't met. It was met with just like matter-of-factness. Like, yeah, sometimes that happens. It's like, oh, I think this person needs more than that right now.
Yeah. Would you freak out?
Would you?
I would try to. I really would. Hopefully, try to go to the best place I could be and go, I could do this. This is that person. I know it sounds a little cheesy. It's basically me. Like, could you say, could have that happened to you? Yeah, I could have done a stupid thing.
Mm-hmm. I mean, they lost a body on you. I mean, that's
no.
your father.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
deceased dad.
I mean, does the shirt at least still smell like him, or
a little bit?
Why have we as a society not ever entertained the notion of taxidermy when it comes to loved ones?
You know, I heard it's illegal. I asked somebody once, like 10 years ago, and it's illegal.
I've only seen it in foreign countries where they've done stuff like that.
No.
Yeah, you don't look healthy.
Not taxidermy. They bury it.
It depends on what place you bring it to. I know
Maybe
a guy.
I can get it next time I come in here. Could you get a taxidermist that does people? I want to start talking to him on your show, and then I want to be left here in the Preston and Steve studio. If I die and you're still doing the show, I want to sit over in the corner with a drip bag from City Hydration.
Yep.
Can I tell you something that I noticed? Now, do you want it to be about what we're talking about right now, or just to be something completely
Can I get serious?
different?
Whatever.
Yeah,
Whatever you want.
Let's get serious.
Well, I think it's great. People that there's a name for these people, and they're called 2 minute. They want to tell you how close to where they live is to something, and it really is a thing. These people that go like, "Oh, where I live in 2 minutes. I'm in Gulf Mills in 2 minutes. 2 minutes. I get to the Tony to my bridge 8 minutes. 8 minutes I get there. John, fill it in the background real much. 2 minutes.
I go 9 minutes.
9 minutes. I get down there. 17 minutes. I'm in Cherry Hill. 17 minutes. I get to Cherry Hill. 14. I get 2 hours. 2 hours. I get in my car to Florida on a plane. I get on 16 minutes. I'm in Pennsauken. I'm in Pennsauken in 16 minutes, and that's door to door. I can get on a jitney, get to Wildwood, New Jersey, 1 hour and 7 minutes. There you go.
Wow. It's true, though. There are people who do that.
Wow, the bag's working.
Yeah, thank you.
I'll tell you what. Side note, it's about 20 minutes to City Hydration from here.
Picture that bit.
Dive into some important stuff. I want to talk about hairstyles.
Okay. All right. There's
No.
changes?
Don't we have a sound effect?
No, that's
No changes? Okay.
well. There's a new style.
Thank you.
We weren't going to let it go.
Yeah.
This year has brought many unexpected hair trends. First came the shullet, which I missed out on.
What is the shullet?
A cross between the 90s shag and the harder 80s mullet.
The shullet.
Anybody see? Connor, can you search shullet?
Yeah.
Thank you. We found it.
Shag and mullet, a shullet.
I think Luke Spiller when I see this.
Totally.
Yes.
100%.
Yeah.
Of the struts.
I agree. And is that Miley Cyrus in the upper right-hand corner of these photos that we're looking at?
like
So I guess she had a shullet.
I don't think I like it.
And
I don't like it.
then there was the wolf cut, a long, choppy style with wispy layers, and a heavy fringe. See if you can pull up a wolf hairstyle. I have a feeling we'll see something other. Okay, these aren't all right.
These are very
It's just
free
like
form.
it's
Looks kind of
not-
feathered.
Unkempt.
Yeah, it kind of does look
Kind of
like
feathered,
that.
yeah. All right, so but now
Wispy.
there's a new trend in town, and it's bolder than ever, ladies and gentlemen. I give you hair horns.
Hair horns. I've seen these actually. Have you guys seen any hair horns around?
Like put up in so it's not buns anymore. It's more of like
hair.
a horn. Yeah.
Yeah. So think Wolverine.
Yes.
Okay, as part of that. So, but more pronounced. So the style is exactly as it sounds. 2 slanted sprigs of hair sitting on either side of the head that are styled upward with wax paste to look like pointy horns.
I think if I had hair, I'd do this too. It's kind of a cool look.
You can.
I'd use like the demon in Legend. That's what I do, Preston.
You can put them up when you go out or down if you want a more natural vibe.
Yeah, some of these are real Maleficent looking.
So it is it is a bun. It's just shaped differently.
Yeah, it's cool.
They can be, or they don't have to be. Like, so we're looking at some where they have a lot of hair making horns, but some of them, Kathy, can literally just be a little bit.
Yeah, but that would
a little thing.
But you'd have
like a pixie.
But you'd have to cut your hair then for that.
Wisps.
You know who'd look good with this is Sarah Parker. I think she could pull it off.
Yeah, she
I
has
could
that
see
sort of
that.
cool look. She could pull off a full Maleficent.
By the way, does Sarah own anything that's not black?
I don't think so.
Okay, I wasn't sure. I like that look on her. She's got the porcelain skin, and the black really accentuates that. But I think everything she wears is black.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is Jackie the same way?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he'll wear leopard prints and things like that. And Sarah probably does as well. They're definitely cut from the same cloth when it comes to style.
Corsets and stuff that she has that have red and spiky stuff in it.
Mm-hmm. But maybe she needs to go for hair horns now.
I like that.
So the look is catching on fast. The hair horns hashtag on TikTok has more than 64 million views. Dazed and Confused magazine is calling it the latest beauty obsession. Prominent hairstylists with the fashion industry, such as Guido Palou and Eugene Suleiman, are documenting their own versions on Instagram.
Would you get hair horns before our Fox hit tomorrow?
Oh my God. You wouldn't be able to see them because of my
Your
headphones.
Do them forward.
But I would love to do hair horns. I don't know if I could pull it off.
Do you have enough to pull it off? Because you have it sort of short.
It's kind of shorter now, but
or you could do Wolverine.
Nick's the one with the long hair.
Yeah,
now. He can do hair horns.
All right, I'll do hair.
You'll do hair horns?
Yeah, but somebody has to do it for me. Kathy, could you do hair horns on my head?
No, probably not. I know we need somebody like Angela who could because your hair is actually long, so you need something that's going to stiffen it.
It's thick and lustrous.
Yes, it's gorgeous. It's wispy.
Right.
Yeah, we can't have anybody in the studio right now, so I can't get Angela in to do hair horns on Nick. London-based stylist Luca Spinelli says he doesn't do this. He does this type of cut at least twice a week.
It's at least twice a week.
He said that people are really starting to go for it. For some, it's horns. For others, it's more cat ears.
What about unicorn?
And it depends on the style of each person, and you can adapt it to suit their personality.
Like a narwhal.
Hang on, let me go to Eric. Hey, Eric.
Hey, what's up? You guys rock.
Oh, thank you, brother. What's going on, man?
Hair horns are not new. The band Mudvayne, the bass player, was doing it 20 years ago.
20 years ago.
Who did Firestarter?
You're right. You know what? The Prodigy was.
Prodigy.
I love that song.
Yeah, the dude from the Prodigy did it. Well, he had more like a reverse mohawk, like Hawk from the Road Warriors, where it kind of stands up on the sides all the way. What they're talking about. Yeah, they're talking about the two little points in the front. It looks like devil horns, but the bass player from the band Mudvayne did it 20 years ago.
Okay.
So
well, now it's finally catching on.
They're trendy are like way late on the game.
Right. He may have done it, but it just didn't catch at that point, and now
exactly.
people are catching on to
Somebody probably saw a picture of it and was like, "Oh, that dude's cool. Let's do that 20 years later."
Right.
I used to listen to this stuff all the time.
No problem.
Mudvayne?
No, Prodigy.
Oh, Prodigy. Yeah. Yeah, we're looking at a picture of him. Yeah, he definitely had it too. So, let's see here. It says here, for some it's horns, others it's cat ears. It depends on the style of person. You can adapt to suit your personality. New York celebrity hairdresser Charlie Lemindu,
we do hair horns on you today.
who has been creating the look for a while, agrees. Said it's completely a trend now.
It's a trend now. It's completely.
What's nice about it is it's quick to do, and it's got an edge to it, and I love it.
Unlike girl, it looks totally becoming.
Some say it is a progression from the mullet, which became popular in salons.
Yes, welcome to the saloon. Would you like some sarsaparilla? If you have a bunch of phlegm in your mouth, just spit into the spittoon.
Those words have to be related, right?
Would it make sense to have a salon? Like
Sure.
The name of the salon is Saloon. We're going to the salon. So anyhow, I'm sorry, the salon. And
welcome, stranger. What do you want? A blowout?
It's
yeah. We'll do a feather cut and give you some bangs.
And it became popular.
I'll tell you something. I've been in the beauty business going on 30, 40 years now. I remember the night I had Billy the Kid in my seat. Gave him hair horns.
Became popular in salons across the country post-lockdown. And they said it's quite a square haircut, spiking at the sides, and you've got to have short layers and a fringe, which is what a mullet is.
I'll never forget the time I gave
Page boy to Annie Oakley.
That's according to Jackson Acton, owner of the Crab Salad Salon in South London.
Jackson Acton?
Yeah.
Tough Acton?
Honestly.
Tough Acton, Jackson Acton?
Crab salad sounds more like a
Crab
saloon.
salad?
No, crab salad sounds more like a saloon than a salon.
Oh, you're right.
It does.
The Crab Salad Saloon.
You going to the crab salad?
By the way, the word salon comes from the French salon.
The word saloon.
Oh, no, saloon comes from the French salon.
So they are related. So in a way, you knew exactly what you were talking about.
And it originally had the same meaning, living room.
Yes.
Later, saloon meant hall, especially one on a boat or a train. In 1800s America, it became to mean...
Come to known
as public house or bar.
There you go.
And there it is.
Wow, that's a bunch of word salad there.
But another explanation is that the hair horns is a protest against conventional beauty and about creating an otherworldly look.
Yeah, man.
So that's what they're going for. Otherworldly. All right, this other hair story that I have.
Oh, another one?
Yeah, it has nothing to do with...
What was that character's name again?
Apache Chief.
Apache Chief.
Right.
All right. Has nothing to do with hair horns. But there's a TikToker that thinks she has a solid method to predict if you should rock a pixie cut or embrace your inner Rapunzel.
Would you ever do a pixie cut, Kathy?
Never.
Okay. So you thought about it.
And why not? I'm wondering what you would look like with short hair.
Well, remember, I did short hair the first time we ever did Kathy's cuts. But my hair doesn't.
It's not short, though.
I mean, short hair.
Right. Like a buzz cut.
Not a buzz cut, but a.
I mean,
like all the way up.
Yeah,
in the
no,
back.
I would never do that.
Okay.
My wife Claire, I
Yeah,
love
like
her with
Claire's
short
hair, that- no,
love
not
it.
for
yeah.
me.
Yeah.
So she's an influencer. Her name is Bondenevent.
Jovi.
Bondenevent. Has 1.3 million followers.
Is that amazing?
She blogs about skincare and hair hacks. And recently went viral thanks to an interesting trick to figure out your ideal hair length.
What does she do?
It requires 2 pencils and a ruler.
Okay.
So what you do, number one, is you place one pencil underneath your chin. The second one you place at the base of your ear.
You doing this,
so
Kathy?
that it's perpendicular to the first. You mark where the second pencil hits the first pencil. You measure the distance between the mark at the end of the pencil and the base of your ear.
Right.
And so it's this pencil that's over here.
And that gives you what your hair length should be?
So yeah, so this.
Okay.
Okay, so
All right.
I'm doing it right now.
Yes,
so,
I'm seeing
so
it. I'm
right-
doing it.
So right here, this length,
Right.
okay, would be.
But then that would mean that everybody would have short hair.
Hang on, if it's shorter than 2 1/4 inches, then short hair will look good on you.
Oh, got it.
And I don't have a ruler, so I need 2 1/4 inches.
Do we have
Casey, unzip your pants.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, hang on. Let me get Rouse first.
Give me a minute.
I mean, are you already sitting there?
Can you give me a little tug here?
Hang on a second here. I'm almost there.
I'll give you that inch, but you're going to have to work it.
Lick your lips, please.
Ew.
What?
So yeah, she says if it's shorter than 2 1/4 inches, then short hair will look good on you. Now I don't know. The video went viral, 6.6 million views. Not everybody buys that, and I think it's not just obviously it's your jaw length.
And
There's
if you have an incredibly fat face,
there's a lot of stuff involved there. Like I don't think that I would look good with really short hair.
Huh?
I've had longer hair for since I was a teenager.
Not inordinately long.
Not now it isn't, but I always grew it out pretty long. But I've never had the balls to go to the stylist and say, you know what, take it way down.
Take it down. You say you have a pinhead, right?
I have a smaller, my cranium is small because you can tell that by wearing a hat. Man, one time we took Carter.
Yeah.
This is why Carter has basically hair down to his nipples.
Yeah.
Because we took him to a barber and we told them to just give him a trim.
Right.
Dude took him all the way down.
Oh. Really?
Yes. And I don't know. I don't remember if I was there or if it was just Rochelle and why we didn't complain, but it scarred him. He was so angry after that he never wanted to get a haircut again.
So that affected him.
And it did. And that really tight haircut didn't look good on him. It wasn't right for him. And it It freaked him out. Marissa brought in a
ruler,
a foot long, or a 2 foot long level here, but it's got a ruler on it. So let me try this again.
All right.
Hang on a second. I'll do the. All right, put this under my ear. Right, the base of the ear. It says.
She's doing it. The video is running here in the studio, Preston, of how she does
Base
it.
of your ear. Yeah. No, I'm just wondering at what point in my ear. Hang on a second here. At my lobe, I guess.
My lobe.
Does this look perpendicular?
No.
Yeah, pretty good.
To my chin.
Yeah, you're good.
All right, now get a nail gun.
Like this. Okay.
Oh. No, she has it under her chin.
How does it? Yeah.
Yeah.
You have to do it this way.
Okay.
Or no, this way. That's how she's got it.
Ah.
Dude. All right. Does this look good, Case?
You mean just keeping them there?
You need to do it.
I'll do it.
No, I mean whether that's level. I might have that angled. Case is going to do it.
I got
It's okay, baby.
I know.
So here you go.
Guys.
This
All right, now measure it.
measure it to
right.
right here, right where the eye of the bick is.
That's where your balls
Oh,
would be.
the eye of the bick. All right. So it is. That's 3 inches.
So that means you should have long hair?
A little bit more than 3 inches. If it's shorter than 2 1/4 inches and short hair will look good on you.
Then
I would
don't.
look good with short hair.
You wouldn't, right?
I would not look good with short hair.
What about you, Kathy? Did you do it?
No. Here, hand it out.
Get your pencils.
I think she would look good with the shemullet.
Here's a pen.
I got it.
Oh, here you go. Let's hand that over to her.
All right, do it.
So you got to measure.
All right, Kathy's going to...
Base of the ear.
Okay, base of the ear.
Now
Yeah.
put your face on the belt sander.
And then the chin. That's your that's your change purse.
That's your esophagus.
There you go.
That's your goblet.
All right, lower this side down a little bit. No, not the ear one. You're the one under your chin. You've got it angled up that way.
All right.
No.
Marissa, come do this for me.
Nick Casey, you did it.
I'm good at this. I'm a professional.
All right, now, flick your tongue now.
Okay.
Do a spit string.
Give me a kiss. Here we go.
All right, wow, this is erotic.
Okay. So we're like right here.
Here.
Basically to
Measure it. Stroke it.
Yeah, she wouldn't look good with long hair.
Okay.
There we go.
No, with
It's
short
3
hair.
inches.
It's 3 inches.
A
Okay,
little
yeah.
less than 3.
That's
Yeah, so
engorged.
you look better with long hair.
Long hair I should have, yeah.
Okay.
Give me my pen back with the diamond on top.
Sorry.
We're all clear on
Thank
that now.
All right.
So anyway, try that at home. That's a little
Wow.
gauge for you. All right. And then I have one last thing, and it has nothing to do with hair at all.
No.
There was a Virginia school board meeting.
Oh, yes.
I've not heard this yet.
It is.
Great.
It is. People who say this stuff gets old as you get older in your life are wrong. Fake names read publicly, there was a mistake with Julie Jerkoff.
Right.
But students sort of sabotaged this school board meeting and gave a roster of speakers who were on the list to get up in front of the school board and state their piece about an issue they were voting on.
Like, how does this happen?
You have to be so unaware, because the first second I heard, just play it.
Well, here's the deal. If you haven't read the names ahead of time and they're handed to you cold, you might just say it and then you're not paying attention to what you're saying.
Sure.
And you just glance over it, or you sit there and go, "Oh, come on!" You know what I mean?
Right.
All right. So here you go. I haven't heard this yet. I'm dying to hear this.
I'm asking that you do not pass this policy in Virginia.
Thank you so
in
much,
this
Ms.
county.
Thomas. We do appreciate you. Phil McCracken.
Oh no.
Yep.
Phil McCracken. Suk Mahidik.
What?
Suk Midik.
Oh.
Yeah, some of these require a little bit of thought.
I don't-
Suk Madik.
Suk Madik.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ophelia McHawk.
Oh no.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Eileen Dover.
Oh,
That's
okay.
pretty benign.
Eileen Dover.
He's calling these people to come up and speak, and nobody's showing up. All right.
Don Keating.
Oh, donkey.
Donkey.
Keating.
Oh my God.
That was my favorite one. Don Keating.
I've not heard that one before. That one I've not heard before.
Don Keating.
Don Keating. Wayne Kerr.
Wanker.
Yeah.
Wayne Kerr.
Okay. All right. Well done.
Oh, man.
That's right out of The Simpsons. Well done.
You know, that whole thing was from that classic, and we talked about it before. It was audio this guy would call and prank over the course of years. A place called the 2 Bar.
Yeah.
And the owner was a big burly guy named Red. Why, you son of a bitch. He'd pick up the phone.
Yeah.
And so they actually almost verbatim would do those bits on The Simpsons with Bart calling up Moe.
Yeah. Those I remember hearing little clips of that years and years and years ago. I've not heard that in ages.
I hate the concept of taking someone who's at work trying to make a living and pestering them while they're trying to do their deal. But that said, the classic 2 Bar audio is hilarious because he is such a character.
I have to admit, when the Jerky Boys first started surface as an underground thing,
yes,
like literally,
no one knew about it.
Somebody had to have dubbed it from someone else's tape, and they had it. And when I heard those things, we used to howl in laughter about it, and it was just prank phone call stuff. But you got, after listening to them over and over, you got to love these characters that they were building up. You know, that was.
And they made a movie. You remember that?
Oh my God,
which
it was terrible.
stunk.
It was terrible. But what were some of those characters?
Brett Ware.
Yeah, Brett Weir.
Yeah, get Brett Ware.
Get Brett Weir on the phone. And God, who is the other? This is the Super across the way. I haven't heard that stuff in ages.
If you get a chance, go visit those again. But visit the 2 Bar. The Reds. Responses are just classic.
Yeah.
Because, I mean...
Oh, yeah, Frank Rizzo was in
Frank Rizzo.
Ah, right.
That's right.
And that was before I was here, so I didn't know the legend of Frank Rizzo around here.
Yeah, we had like a bootleg copy of that.
Imagine the real Frank Rizzo is doing the prank call.
There were so many people, though, who claimed to be the Jerky Boys. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Tons of people, and there was just the 2 guys.
I had 2 of them when I first moved here, working at WDRE. That's when the movie came out.
Yeah.
They came by. They weren't doing the voices. I'm doing the interview.
Yeah.
And eventually I just said, all right, I'm done talking to you. And I started to turn the mic off because I'm like, what's the point of you even coming by here if you're not going to do it? And then one of the guys started doing one of the voices. I'm like, it's too late, dude. See you later.
Yeah.
I ended the interview.
I want to fight you.
They were,
I want to fight you.
I want to fight you.
I want to fight you.
It was just like, I was so pissed at them that after that, I no longer found it funny after that because they were just...
They ruined it.
They pissed me off. But now I'd like to go back and revisit that stuff a little bit.
Saul Rosenberg.
Thank you. Thank you. That was my favorite character by far. All right, anyhow, why don't we take a break?
Yes.
Come back in a moment and get into some bizarre file stories. Not before I remind you that we do have a tattoo to give away, a Preston Steve themed tattoo with Tattoos Day. So go for it. Text word tattoo to 39333. We'll be back in just a moment. Stay with us.
Listen, my dad was amazing at that. So my dad drove a truck for a living. He would say, "I'll be home in 7 minutes." He was home in 7 minutes. I mean, and it was never like
he would just sit outside with the truck on.
No, usually,
God damn it, I made it in 4 minutes.
Usually, people round it to the nearest 5 minute, right? So it's like, oh, I'll be there in a half hour. I'll be there in 25 minutes. My dad would be like, all right, I'll be there in 16 minutes, and it was always.
And they drive reckless back then. If your dad wanted to be right on time, he'd kill the whole family. No, it's 8 minutes away. Turning hard corners. But I do want to say this.
Please.
Okay. I got nothing.
No.
Hey, how's the podcast going?
My podcast got canceled. Thank you. I asked you not to bring it up from when I got it before when I saw you in the hallway. The podcast is going great.
I'm a fan.
The podcast is going great. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'll tell you, you're all right. I'll tell you.
I'm getting my B12 bag.
See the bit you just 2 minutes, 4 minutes, just John filling in. Imagine that, but with 5 band members doing that. It's overwhelming.
You have a 5-piece band?
I have 3. I'll have 3 instruments and sometimes 2 fillers, like just bongos and a tambourine, because for the bits. Like
he has 3 guys, but some of the guys have 2 instruments, Preston.
Thank you, bro.
Who lives the closest to you? How many minutes away?
What are you talking about?
Well, I don't know.
He's doing a recall.
Todd, with the band, and I mean this is a total compliment, it's obviously rehearsed, but it seems like it's improv.
Do you know what? Can I tell you something? Please. I hope this is interesting to talk about on the radio, but people will know when they go see it. A lot of it isn't. Once, especially with John Brand Wagner, when he's with me, if he knows how to do it. Like you can ad lib more than you think.
That's great.
And they off the cuff. It's whenever I call on them, they're always there for whatever bit. It is a lot of fun having the band on the road. I feel like it's getting to do the best sketch.
Is this what you've always sort of dreamed about?
Yes,
having this vibe
great.
where you have sort of a traveling review or like a troupe of
just stand up with a band.
Yeah.
It's like you get to play and it's fun. But anyway,
how much more expensive is this? You got these guys got to stay somewhere. They got to eat. You got to pay them.
You use a local. What I've learned, if John
there
is
are
just
hostels
one person,
all over the country.
He'll round up other musicians.
Use a local drummer. You can always teach 2-3 local people, and so you're just bringing one person with you.
Should ask me, dude. I would have accompanied.
Do you know that Preston is Preston? We kid you not. Preston is a sensational drummer.
Well, but would you have wanted to do 6 shows?
Not at all.
Hell no.
Right.
No. I would have done one of them though.
Well, you know what? You still can.
I got a gig on Friday night already, but yeah, maybe we can fit that in. We'll talk.
Well, listen, here's what I'd like to do. You'll do the Saturday. Oh, Freddie, I locked you. Saturday, you'll do both shows. I won't have it any other way. I'm 2 minutes from there, 6 minutes from there, sure.
How is Kimmel's? Are you doing it on the Kimmel set? You said you're at his club in Vegas.
Yeah, we shot it already.
And Jimmy is from Vegas and has always wanted to have a comedy club, and we hear nothing but great things about it.
Yeah, they did it. They did it really nice. Mostly what the showroom is very important, but also what is even more important is the green room. And he did the green room on his comedy club like it's at his show. Like his show is, there's nothing else like it. Like and I've been to like not perform. I haven't performed on the Tonight Show with Johnny, but I went to see someone that went and was there when Jay was there, and been to a lot of green rooms over the years. But Kimmel's is just this like own thing, and it's gigantic, and there's like food everywhere, and there's pool tables, and it's just a really fun green room.
Water served in glass pitchers.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, he loves comedians. He loves you. How long have you known him?
You know what? I know him, but don't know him. It's really weird. Like you know someone, but you don't know them. You don't see him that often, but you feel.
Did you find out he was a fan or what?
No, I knew. I when Sarah dated him, she would tell him, "You got to have Todd on the show, but let him do bits.
Yeah,
like let him do different things." And that's sort of how I got to do it. To do different bits.
And you've been friends with Sarah for a long time, Silverman. Yeah.
Sarah used to sleep on our sofa. I used to live with a guy named Dave Rath. He's a manager, and then Sarah would come in from New York, and she would sleep on our sofa. And I always thought she was so cool. I don't know why. But she's been great, and we know that she's part of the reason you're here on this planet today. Right? Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Well, really, she's probably the reason I almost died, because she was the one telling people I was okay. She was going, "No, he's just high. He's fine." Jeff Ross is the reason.
Ross.
By the way, along the lines of the people who always say how far away they live from things, how many minutes, there are also people who say who slept on their sofa too.
Oh, I knew it. I knew it. Mm-hmm. Preston, about 5 years ago, can I tell the story?
Please, I'm okay with it.
I bumped into him in the hallway. I was going around the corner, and I bumped into him in the hallway. And that was it. I said, "I'm sorry." I thought I was very, I wasn't like a jerk. He goes, "One day," he goes, "I don't care if it's 5 years. You're gonna say something, then I'm gonna call it back, and I'm gonna put it right in your face." And that's exactly, I guess and I thought he forgot about it.
He never forgets.
I thought that he let it.
He never forgets.
Do you think I'm performing good today? Do you think the people listening? Because I said I'm going with my A game. What's it say at the top of those notes?
2 minutes from 8 minutes. Oh, no, wait.
Preston and Steve.
Frame Dad's body. Oh, well, Preston and Steve. I'm sorry.
A friend of mine, he told his wife, he saw how affectionate his wife was with the dog.
Okay.
So he just said, maybe half kidding, he goes, "Why don't you treat me more like the dog?" So, and now every time he poops in the house, his wife squirts him with a water pistol. Which, by the way, is a humane way. I told somebody that story, and they go, "Does that work?" I go, "Well, I think I heard it was a non-physical way to maybe train your dog if it's barking or something." I think I saw it on a show, which I like anything that creates non-physical for anything, human or dog or anything. I thought to squirt the water pistol. But let's say you have a dog, I thought of after I heard the water pistol thing.
Right.
The water pistol's not working. I mean, okay, you got to stop at one point. You can't have, like, if he's really a bad dog, you get, like, a fire hose. You're, like, just right over to the neighbor's yard. Sure. Oh, you act like you're trying to go, no, let me just squirt him a little bit. You open up that hose. The dog, right over to the neighbor's yard. You go, oh, I tried to just use the water to teach him, but he was
a bad dog.
I think he's somewhere. I can't see him. He's on a farm. We used to get rid of, not so many, but once in a while we'd have a dog growing up. You know, when you try to fix the story as you're telling it?
Yeah. We get rid of so many pets.
I don't want to make it look like out of proportion, but over the years, it probably 3 stories. And me and my brothers didn't honestly figure it out till we were older. I didn't even know it was a thing. We had a dog, and it would always go to a farm.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, but the farm is put to sleep.
Yep. Yeah. The dog, they put the dog down. They didn't want to break it to the kids.
No, there's a farm out there that's got a ton of dead dogs.
Yeah. I think it's
they kill it.
Yeah, I think a lot of times it's not always a parent that was doing anything wrong. The dog, they could have realized the dog was aggressive and not able to be.
Or for a kid, the dog just gets sick and it's in pain or whatever, it has to be put down. It's easier to lie to your child.
Right.
Yeah.
He's, because when I first saw these 2 dogs in the park, I remember. I just realized I can't tell this joke.
You did?
And
I'll
tell you what it is. But when we get to the part that is the part I can't do, you're going to go, why would you even have thought you could ever?
Well, we egged you on, so we'll take the blame for it.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
That when I saw these, this is a true story. It's a true story. Why would I make it up? True story. When I was younger, I saw 2 dogs in the park, and they were going at it, humping each other. Yeah, right. And I asked my dad what they were doing, and he said, because he didn't know how to deal with stuff, and he just said, he goes, I remember, like, he said they're playing a game.
Yeah.
So I was like, I just asked him, I go, like, I took a beat, like a little kid will, and I go, what's the game, And he said, it's effing. It's called. He said it. Yeah.
Did you watch the Golden Globes by any chance?
No, I did not.
Oh, because Ricky Gervais, he did a little bit of a monologue, and he had gotten to a joke where, we'll get you a water. And he had gotten to a joke where...
Just top off his bag.
That's so weird that you need water, but you've got the saline going through your body there.
Did you hear what they said from City Hydration? So cleanly and brilliantly, she explained the difference between water that would make you thirsty and the hydration that would make you feel... like I do right now. I feel like, can I tell you right now? I could bend steel. And I'm not thinking I'm not just thinking maybe I, thank you very much.
All right,
thank you, Marissa.
Have you ever been on stage and you thought better of a joke that you were about to tell and had to hang a 180 away from it?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Sometimes, you know what it will be? I'll be doing an old joke that I didn't realize, just don't. I have a different relationship with what I say that comes out of my mouth. So I'll be like, I'll think of an old joke, but then halfway through I go, oh, that's not nice.
Right.
And I just want to stop. I'll just go, you know what? I don't need that joke anymore. I had a series called If you see a sign that says don't do it, it means somebody did it.
Yes.
Okay.
It's true. Because, they don't just put, if it says, I don't have to repeat the bit, but I will do one example from the old pile of part of this joke. For instance, if you see a sign that says no diving in the jacuzzi. Yeah, somebody dove into a jacuzzi, which think about that. That's crazy. Yeah. A moron. Yeah. A moron. And I don't like to call people morons because if I'm so smart, why shouldn't I be so smart to just talk about people kinder? But I don't know the word for it. And by the way, I hope this guy probably had a dad. You have children. You have people that love you.
Yeah.
Who are you to go, I'm going to go dive into that jacuzzi? Yeah. So maybe you're better off.
Did you work at Dairy Queen? And
I did work at Dairy Queen, not to brag. But so when you talk about signs that, if there's a sign, I'm going to make full circle. Everyone's going to be proud of me. It's okay to get a loss, but you got to deliver.
No.
So here's the point.
Yeah.
Right.
So the ice cream place, it says 3 sample limit. It doesn't say 4. It said 3 sample limit. And I thought about something. That tells a story. That tells 3 sample limit. You know what that story tells me? Look, lunatics come in different forms.
Yeah.
So when I use the word lunatic, people might go, lunatic? Yeah, that means a lunatic. Anybody that would go get 3 samples is a lunatic. Look, you certainly have problem with boundaries. If you're going to go, can I taste one? Can I get another? Can I get a third? Is there any stopping you? So that's what I think. That 4
is enough.
3 sample limit.
I think 3's too much.
I agree. Matter of fact, if I'm with people, 1, I'm okay with. You have to realize that not everyone's like you. People have a right to go get a sample of ice cream, Todd, even if it's something you're insecure about it. I say no sample. None.
Do you ever sample deli meat? I've seen people do that. Can I have a slice of that?
Oh, yeah. I've done that. I've tried cheese.
Right. So you can do that
like that.
occasionally, same thing.
Yeah.
You don't do 4 or 5 different types of...
I trust the relationship where I'm getting it, but in the right situation, definitely. In that situation, I could lie and go, no, I don't do it there either, because I seem like a hypocrite. There's something different about the ice cream.
But they have the little spoons. That's what it's for.
You're one of those, aren't you?
What
about? Yeah.
You're trying to gain the system, and so my kids are big. They love to do the free samples. I'll give them one, and that is it. And it's only because they haven't been on the planet that long, so they haven't tried. If you're a 40-year-old man and you don't know what rum raisin tastes like you know.
Can I tell you something?
Yes.
And if it's at the yogurt place where you do it yourself in a little cup, all right, you're not. That's fine. Go over in the corner, have a ball. But where they have to scoop it for you. So I have a different standard for if you're doing it yourself at least, because it's not making someone else do it.
Sure.
And for kids, of course, it should. Yeah, whatever a kid wants to do.
They're our future.
Yeah.
You got to teach them well, Steve, right?
Exactly.
Oh, I disagree wholeheartedly. I think that you can sometimes be in between flavors, or maybe there's one you've never tried before. Or I say that not every rum raisin is the same, sir.
Okay.
There are a lot of places that make their own ice creams, and I would like to try that.
Preston's dessert of choice is ice cream.
Sometimes you look at rum raisin, it is a very clear, milky white look. Other times it's kind of brownish. I wonder how that one tastes as opposed to the other
I'm
one.
going to, not to be a wishy-washy with my opinion, but to prove that I could change my opinion, I'm changing my stance. I'm going to say
4 samples.
A lot of it's just with the demeanor, and you're matter of fact about it.
Yes.
Hey, could I try talk to the person? You don't have to go. You don't have to make.
I hate to be an imposition. I'm a little wishy-washy here. Yeah. I just had an IV bag.
You're right. Not all are the same. So I guess really, it's a case-by-case situation. So Casey was wrong, and what you said to especially Preston was disrespectful.
I apologize.
And I'm, as a fan of the show and honored to be here, I'm not trying to kiss anybody's tuchus. I thought you were way out of line.
I was way out of line. What are your thoughts on free samples? Because you see it at the fudge kitchen,
the mall. Costco, you can go around and spend an hour trying the samples.
Costco, I got in trouble at Costco. That's when I realized the world people are crazy.
Yeah.
With this one, a public campaign has been started to add a penis to the dragon of the Welsh flag.
Yeah, it's about time.
More than 300 people have already signed an official Welsh government petition to add a new permanent fixture to the red dragon that appears on the flag that flies on Welsh public buildings.
I've been pushing for nipples on the Statue of Liberty.
Why not, right? Supporters are anticipating that they'll have their way after the Royal Mint added a penis to their Welsh dragon on millions.
Oh, they're not going to out-penis us.
Of coins 5 years ago. Under Welsh rules, any petition with more than 50 backers has to be discussed by the official petitions committee. The man who created the petition argues that by depicting the Welsh dragon standing proud, it helps the nation to portray dominance and leadership.
Through their penis.
By having a penis. So we'll see if they end up doing that or not. By the way, dragons had penises? I have no idea.
I assume they had, to create other dragons, though I've never seen a real dragon.
A real dragon.
But they lay eggs.
Yeah, you just never see them mating in the wild.
That's true.
So, I don't know. There's obviously a science to it.
A woman with 14 parking tickets has won a major decision in a dispute over whether a Michigan city violated the U.S. Constitution by chalking her tires without a search warrant.
Oh, man, you got to get a search warrant to chalk a tire.
It's a novel argument. Allison Taylor's lawyer said the Fourth Amendment's ban against unreasonable searches was triggered when a Saginaw parking enforcer applied chalk marks and returned 2 hours later to see if the car was still there. Saginaw cited an exception to the Fourth Amendment, but a federal appeals court said that it doesn't fit. Parking enforcer Tabitha Hoskins would take notes and sometimes chalk tires in areas where there was a time limit but no meters. The city said chalking was a signal to motorists that vehicles were being watched. The city has significant interests that are furthered by enforcing its parking ordinances through the use of chalk, and these interests greatly outweigh the minimum intrusion that a chalk mark creates, according to a court filing. The 6th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals overturned a ruling in favor of Saginaw and sent the case back to U.S. District Judge Thomas Ludington for the next steps, and it was Taylor's second trip to the appeals court. Attorney Philip Ellison wants to make the lawsuit a class action open to other drivers whose tires were chalked in Saginaw, even if they didn't get a ticket. He has similar lawsuits pending against Bay City and Ann Arbor, where the chalking of tires also occurred.
Interesting.
Yeah. You guys ever just wipe the chalk off your tire before?
You know, I think you can do that, right?
I think you can. I had one of our singles mixers in Conchi.
Oh, you mean if you see it and to try and trick the meter person.
Right,
okay.
right. But so they chalked tires in Conchi, and I had walked out there because I knew my time limit was up.
Right.
I got there just as the meter guy got there.
Right.
And I said, hey, if I pull out and then pull back in, does my time start over again? He said, yes, it does. And so I did. I just pulled right out of the spot.
Great.
And
So
then I pulled right back in.
Did they chalk it in a way to see if your car has stayed there or moved?
Yes.
Is that what they do?
Yep.
Okay, so they chalk it in a very specific spot.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if they chalk it like 12 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 9 o'clock rock.
Right.
But they chalk it so they know if the car has been moved.
Do you know what Jake used to do in the movie Chinatown? He bought cheap pocket watches and put them in front and in back of a tire. And so when they roll out, it would crush the watch to the time that the car backed out of.
Rolled away.
I think that's what they should do in Conchi.
There you go. Adam Ravenhall caught a Jack Russell Terrier in mid-flight off of a roof.
Wow.
It happened at Mount Pleasant Pub in Kingswoodford, Staffordshire in England. The pup had been found earlier in the day at a nearby park. The pub owner, Neil Lacey, put the dog into the apartment above the pub until his family could pick him up. They thought that he'd be safe up there, but they couldn't have been more wrong. Lacey ran back inside to tell his staff to run upstairs and get the dog. Unfortunately, it was too late. Terriers are curious creatures, and it's their curiosity coupled with their bravery that made them excellent hunters. However, in modern times, their curiosity will apparently find them free-falling off of rooftops. Adam Ravenhall happened to be in the right place at the right time. It was at the Mount Pleasant Pub celebrating with his soccer team, and he caught a glimpse of the dog and instinctively knew what was going to happen. He said, I read the situation a mile off. As soon as it was on the ledge, I thought, this can't go right. And I just got into position. I went to where I thought the dog would fall, and it would probably have died. It was just a small dog. So security video shows Ravenhall quickly getting into position, bracing himself, and it only lasted a few quick seconds, but out of nowhere, this Jack Russell Terrier comes
amazing.
Flying into his arms.
We're watching the footage right here in the studio. It saved the dog's life.
He's looking way up, and the dog just jumps down, and he catches him.
The problem is he spikes the dog right after Preston. Yeah.
But he cushioned his fall. Before he could lower the dog to the ground, he wiggled out of his arms and landed on his head, but he was okay. The dog wasn't hurt. In fact, he took off in a hurry to continue his adventures for the day, and yes, the pup made it home safely to his family. And we'll do one more story. A city in Mexico has approved a law, and it's a law change allowing sexual intercourse and exhibitionism in public, provided that no one complains about it. The move is
provided no one complains about it.
Yes, the move is intended to prevent police in Guadalajara, a city of 1.5 million people, from extorting couples who give their love to each other in public, said a counselor who presented the initiative. The city council last week pushed through the reform, which now states having sexual relations or committing acts of exhibitionism of a sexual nature in public places, vacant lots, inside vehicles, or in private locations in public view will be considered administrative offenses as long as a citizen requests police intervention.
So if you're in, I see where they're going with this. So like if you're in a car and you're getting it on, but you're in a public parking lot, they won't come down on you, so to speak.
Yeah, so Guadalupe Morfin Otero, the politician who proposed the change, cited a survey among university students in which 90% said that they had experienced extortion by police officers who accused them of immoral acts or exhibitionism.
So they weren't.
And they make them pay them so they won't, arrest them. So they're going to make this law where it's okay to do it. and therefore you don't have to deal with a
Might be worth heading down to Mexico just to take it for a spin.
with a cop trying to get some money out of you. But yeah, exactly. Why not?
Beat it, Flatfoot. This is legal.
Yeah. All right, and there you go. That's what I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. We're going to take a break. I want to give away a pair of passes to Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings. We have that screening Wednesday night, tomorrow night, UA King of Prussia, 7 o'clock. You would like to be in attendance? Well, awesome. Come and get it. Caller number 15. Those tickets are yours. 215-263-WMMR. We will be back in just a moment.
On 93.3 WMMR.
The Preston and Steve
Small Business. Well, that's like, and by the way, this does make sense. Please remind me to get back to what I did at Costco.
Okay.
But it does have to do with, you said...
World War II?
Nazis?
Yeah, the...
What did you do at Costco?
Okay. World War II.
World War II.
Hitler.
Ice cream samples.
Someone told me that Hitler, this is a true story, they told me this, whether it's true or not, it's true, I don't know.
Okay.
But they said Hitler ate a piece of cake every day. Isn't that crazy? I told my friend, I don't think it's the craziest thing about him.
Brought to you by Patient First Cold and flu season is here.
I've got a clode.
You do have a clode. Patient First is here to help. Hey, Harry. I can't speak.
You were traveling all day.
I was.
What's Harry, though?
I was just going to say they handle everything.
They Harry or clothes.
And I put handle and every and made it Harry.
At these times, you need someone who cares about your clothes, and Harry's it correctly.
I'm sorry. And I snorted too. So we were chatting last night, and Kath shared a story with us about a friend who had a doctor's appointment, I think it was, Kathy?
Yeah, it's like a televisit, a telemedicine visit.
Yeah, we were just talking about, Zoom conferencing and all that stuff and maybe speaking to relatives and so on. And
framing a shot.
Yeah, framing a
so
shot.
So that you're seen.
My mom she's always laying down when I talk to her, and she holds, I guess, we have a thing called the gram pad, which is like an iPad, and she holds it down low. And so I always get this shot going up. It looks like a looming, intimidating camera angle, but she only frames in part of her chin, and that's all that I see. So we're all coping with different.
Yeah, you love them, and obviously the grandpad has been a godsend, but you would like to see the full face of the woman who gave birth to you.
But listen to this. So Kathy's friend had a doctor's appointment.
Yeah, she had a doctor's appointment, and it was, over the computer. And so she just assumed they would be like chatting and talking about, I guess, whatever it is the checkup was for.
What kind of doctor is this?
So the doctor was with her gynecologist.
Oh, okay.
And so she was trying to explain something to her. And finally, at one point, the gynecologist said, you know what, you're going to have to show me.
Oh, my God.
And so she took her pants off and straddled the computer.
Oh, my
Preston,
God.
though, she was at work.
I was like, wait, back up. I was like, what? You had to show her? And she was like, yeah. She's like, listen, I've been going to her for years. So it was okay. It was fine. So I even texted my neighbor who's a gynecologist, and I said, do you do this with your patients? And she's like, well, no, we don't. But she's like, I guess some people do.
Well, okay, so so with televisits have become a thing, and the discussion is if this is going to be something Dr. Mike seems to think it's going to be
ongoing.
I hope so.
Yeah.
I
to be
really
honest,
do.
If you can just go, I have this rash on my arm instead of driving across.
Here's your copay now. Call in my prescription.
Call it in. You got this.
Yeah.
And by the way, if you can clear waiting rooms and stuff for people with more serious things, that's a positive.
Listen, there was it was more in the thick of COVID when things were a little bit more touchy, and not that it's gotten any better, but our fear of it was a little bit stronger a little while back, and so I had a teleconference with a specialist whom I would regularly go into the waiting room and wait minimum hour and a half.
Yeah.
Past my appointment schedule. And this one, right on time, done deal, in and out. It was so easy to do.
If you can do it now
I had to show him my butthole. But other than that, it was okay. No,
hold it up there. Yeah. But I would say this then, right? If you're going to call your gyno, and this is the one who is. Maybe call on your phone for ease of use. So you can hold it down, right, Preston? Because it's harder to put your iMac up to your cooter, right?
Oh, my God.
I mean, to me.
I think it was just jumped over it. And
I mean, I'm not going to ask what was the issue, but did it get it done? Was it, oh, yeah, I see it right there. Yeah, it looks like Idaho.
Oh, right. Like, I don't know. I didn't go further into the conversation. I was just shocked that.
How did that get in there?
She actually had to do that.
Steve, I mean, like anything else that we've seen in COVID times, we've seen some industries have had a boom because there's now demand, maybe like at-home stirrups and stuff like that.
Why not? Yeah, absolutely.
Could end up being an industry.
Time for my appointment.
Absolutely. You know what you do? Just take the Casey, you're a cyclist. Just get on your bike and put them up on the handlebars.
You could do that.
Hang on a second. I want to go to Carl. Carl, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hey, what up, oranges? Oh, wait, no, you're triangles.
Wait a minute. What was that from?
What is that from?
It was me.
When Casey was talking about that dumb Cracker Barrel game.
Oh, that's
the game. What's up, Carl?
We always mess up our shapes and colors. It's all good.
Yes, yeah.
So I had what I thought was a weird bulge in my belly button area, and I thought, this is kind of weird. I should tell a nurse. Like, my sister's a nurse, and she said, you have to send us a picture, and we can look at it. So I'm like, how am I going to take a belly button selfie? I work in a machine shop.
Yep.
So I'm standing there with my new phone, like with the camera facing me, holding my shirt up with my chin, trying to take a picture in the middle of this welding machine shop. And my boss comes over. He goes, am I disturbing anything? I said, no. I said, I'm just trying to take a picture of my belly button, which was an even dumber response because I should have just said, hey, I think I have a hernia. Mm-hmm. So, I got the right angle. I didn't have to straddle the phone, thank God, but they did wind up sending me to the hospital, and I did have an umbilical hernia.
Wow. So it worked. It ended up being the thing that needed to be done. Okay.
You should just told your boss it was for your OnlyFans page.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, belly buttons only. I had to have emergency surgery. It was like my belly button, so it saved my life.
No, so there you go. So and that saved you the time. They could diagnose it right over there and get you in for something more serious. But still, I guarantee you, there are people who, inopportune moments, the door opens up and you have the iPhone up your ass.
Right.
What is this, Doc?
Here's a text that says, I almost broke my penis having sex. We've heard of that before. And had to do a Zoom call and show the doctor. It was awkward at first, but she's seen many penises, he says.
But it was his dentist. No, but that's rather common. And if something like that could be taken care of, you know what? Would you feel? Let me ask you. You're in the privacy of your own home. Would you feel even more comfortable in the confines of your own home? You're not in a doctor's office.
I think that the fact that they might be, what might be in the back of someone's mind is this being recorded?
Totally.
Yeah. And can somebody else get their hands on this type of thing?
Of course it's being recorded.
So, listen, I've gotten used to dropping trowel and letting whatever doctors need to do whatever they need to do. And I never look forward to it, obviously, but it doesn't bother me now, but it may have at another age.
I think for me, it represents a whole new possibility. As you said, Preston, if you go and you're sitting in the office for an hour and a half and you have a time and you've got things to do during your day and so what could be done in 10 minutes takes 2.5, 3 hours. To me, that's a win.
I'm wondering to what extent it'll be because when you go in for almost anything, a couple of things they almost always do are weigh you, check your temperature, just to get a basic vibe on your overall well-being. So I wonder if they're able to, when we return to normal, if they would be able to overlook those couple of things. You know what I mean?
Well, there are things now, by the way, and this is part of where the industry is going, and I saw an article on this, where you would actually have whether it be through your Apple Watch or your phone, or you'd take your temperature. It would send the data to the doctor in real time, and your vitals, your blood pressure, however, even like a remotely controlled cuff or something.
Be cool.
That'd be able to do it. So yeah.
In order to skip the hassle of going to the doctor, I'd be happy with that in a heartbeat,
Listen,
man.
what if you had something that had to be removed and the doctor talked Rochelle through it?
Oh my God!
Would you? Right? Would you be up for that?
I would have complete confidence.
I mean, she's so good with the YouTube stuff.
Here is a text that says, I have eczema on my hands, which is fairly new. I couldn't control it and did a Zoom meeting with my doctor, and he said, I don't think it's staph. Which triggered me, so I went. No, I think they might have said, I think it's staph, which triggered me, so I went to a dermatologist and did indeed have MRSA.
Wow.
Whoa. So they had seen that. Wow, okay.
I mean, that sometimes that's all it takes, but the notion of someone straddling their computer.
I mean, seriously, I couldn't get over it. I was like, you, really?
Well, are there USB cameras that you can, right? Maybe we'll have one at the ready. If you're calling your gynecologist.
Well,
A little ring light that attaches to your thigh.
See, no, that's what I was going to say. She goes, well, I do have the ring light set up anyway for when I do, conference calls and stuff like that. She's like, so it was there anyway. So she had a light. She literally shined a light.
Yeah. I guess you want to know what's wrong with you? Then
I mean,
all right. Can you the microphone? Could you please make sure that's inside there?
No, I'm losing signal.
If there was if I had to do this, I would have to try and create like a perspective that made everything like look
bigger,
or maybe.
Are you getting it all in the frame? Because I got a whopper here, Doc.
It would have to do something where,
like an anamorphic lens.
Yeah, or all right. So you know how, like, if you're trying to take a picture of evidence, and you don't know. Like you lay a dollar bill next to it, so it gives it perspective.
So here's what you do, Case. When you're going to your urologist and your junk is being displayed, get the people who take the pictures of the houses for Zillow.
Yes.
They always make them look much bigger.
Yeah.
No, Casey's going to go out and he's going to buy a dollar bill that's a third the size of a regular dollar bill.
Yes.
See? Just make sure, like, your hands aren't in the picture, too, because then you look like you have these huge, giant hands.
Do you ever see, like, the guys who hold like the TV remote up against their junk, like and like, come on. But they should market all sorts of ultra tiny, and you use like a little doll hand to hold it.
Right. Miniature tennis racket or something like that. My God,
I'm so big.
Little Women star Florence Hughes is shutting down criticism over the age gap between her and her boyfriend, Zach Braff. She's 24, he's 44. Where is the new satellite campus for the Just Saying Institute? 215-263-WMMR. Call now if you've been listening and you know the answer.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you by the Craft Beer Trail of Greater Philadelphia, covering 5 counties with over 90 breweries and 1,000 beers. Don't miss a summer weekend along the Craft Beer Trail of Greater Philadelphia. Get your fill at visitphilly.com. What's going on, Steve?
Well, after a series of male actors accused him of committing sexual assault, Kevin Spacey was seen back on set shooting a new movie called Peter 5'8". Coincidentally, Peter 5'8" just happens to be Spacey's favorite name, girth, and length.
Oh, man. Hey! Oh, man.
Justin Bieber breaking a record on the streaming service Spotify with his songs being downloaded, get this, 83.3 million times. Spotify says the achievement is proof positive that their counting algorithm needs some work.
Yeah, right.
And finally, Jennifer Lopez making an accidental fashion faux pas by wearing a Dolce & Gabbana cape with the price tag still on it. Fortunately, most eyes were diverted by the thick 1.5-foot long skid mark up her short. Hollywood Trash.
All righty, we'll give some away here if we can find somebody who's got the answer to this. Where is the new satellite campus for the Just Saying Institute? And our first caller in was Tim, so let's go to him. Hi, Tim, good morning.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
We're doing great, Tim. All right, so where they got that new satellite campus for the Just Saying Institute?
Pussy Island.
Pussy Island. Yep. Hang on a second, Tim. You got it right, and we are going to give you a 4-pack of tickets for the 23rd Annual Philadelphia Tattoo Arts Festival, September 10th through the 12th, and that's at the Pennsylvania Convention Center. You can get tickets and information at villainarts.com.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, we will begin with this. A new book on Charlie Watts is seeing renewed interest after the passing of the Rolling Stones drummer last week. According to Billboard, the book, which is called Sympathy for the Drummer, Why Charlie Watts Matters, has soared into the top 10 of Amazon's bestseller list of music criticism and history, and into the top 30 of Amazon's musician, memoirs, and biographies chart. The book was written by author and musician Mike Edison, and it was released on August 1st, 3 weeks before Watts passed away in a London hospital at the age of 80. So it had just come out. Yeah. And speaking of the Stones, they are still planning to go on tour this year following the death of Charlie. According to Rolling Stone magazine, promoter Concerts West said in a statement that the Rolling Stones tour dates are moving ahead as planned. The No Filter tour is slated to start September 26th in St. Louis, Missouri, and then November 20th in Austin, Texas.
Seems the right thing to do. They didn't stop touring when Keith Richards died.
Right, yeah, and that was years ago, man. So anyhow, they continue. Corey Taylor thinks that it was an audience member who infected him with COVID-19. The Slipknot singer told a fan who goes by the name of Billy D that he trusts that most people are taking the proper precautions, but sometimes, quote, you just run into those selfish people that don't care about that. And he added, I think that's what happened to me. Somebody came to one of my shows and was in the audience and sick, and probably got several people sick. Taylor announced that he tested positive for COVID-19 earlier this month on August 20th, describing it as the worst I've ever been sick in my life. So he's doing better. And also a follow-up on Jonathan Davis. He's back on the road. But the Korn singer is still experiencing some symptoms from his infection from COVID-19. Footage shared by TMZ on Monday showed that Davis performed his 2 shows back while sitting on a throne, and he needed supplemental oxygen to help him get through the performance. Guitarist Brian Welch shared on Instagram that Davis is still feeling physically weak and having a mental battle that he's trying to get over.
Maybe
wait.
You don't. Yeah, maybe you wait a little bit.
I'd hold off until you're.
Yeah, if you're 90%, gasping.
You know. So, Apple TV released the trailer for Todd Haynes' forthcoming documentary, The Velvet Underground, and they released that yesterday. The film will feature interviews with surviving members of the group and other key players in addition to unreleased performances.
How come the dead one sat this one out?
Both the documentary and its soundtrack will be released on October 15th. The album, which will feature both classic Velvet Underground tracks and rarities, will be available digitally as a 2 CD set as well.
I'm going to watch it and see if I can crack the Velvet Underground thing.
Yeah. Figure out why they were as influential as they were and are.
It almost doesn't matter with most music documentaries for me, though. Like I end up at least gaining an appreciation for the band, even if I don't like their music anymore, because there are so many that are just really well done.
Yeah, agreed. Most of them are good. About a band that you really might not even be that into.
Absolutely.
Usually a great doc can bring you into that.
That's why Behind the Music was such a great series.
Absolutely.
Yep. All right, and then finally, Stuart Copeland recently spoke with Ultimate Classic Rock about his forthcoming book about the Police early era, on what he called the starving years. He went and told the outlet that he found, while reviewing his diaries for the memoir, saying, I look back, and there's this kind of desperation at the time. I remember being full of angst and driven, but optimistic, assuming that I know I'm going to make it. We're going to make it. I know we're going to make it. The drummer added, it was just this pace, day after day after day, the grind of it. At one point, I wrote in the diaries, I've got 70 quid. I owe 70 of it for rent. I've got 2 quid in my pocket until the next lucky break. However, despite the early financial struggles, he admits they did manage to make a living as a band. He said, we paid ourselves. We played a show, and our expenses were such that we get paid 20 quid, and we spent this on the truck, that on the PA, and so on. One roadie, mostly. He said, actually, no, we didn't have a roadie. The PA came with its own guy, and then we carried in our own gear and set up our own gear, and we'd go home with 5 or 10 in our pocket.
So at the end of the night, how many quid did they clear?
Not much quid.
No?
The diary.
They're lucky if they made a full queef.
Book is set for release on 2022. We also have an article on WMMR.com during an interview, which he was asked about how their hits impacted people. And he said, well, maybe it's a bit selfish, but we didn't really think about the fans all that much. We thought about what we consider to be cool. If a fan base grew around whatever we came up with, great. There's a certain amount of arrogance in that, and it seems to be working for us to just follow our instincts. So, hey, let's just keep going. Let's keep doing that. So that's how they kind of went about things. They just kind of wrote the music for themselves and hoped that everybody liked it. And that ended up being the case.
It certainly worked.
And that is what I have in music news for you. We have one final break to take. We're going to do that very thing and come back in a moment. Actually, let me add 2 things in music news. Back to School A to Z is coming up on Thursday. We're getting that started here on the Preston and Steve Show. And we have an MMRBQ ticket raid on Friday. And this one will be at the Live Casino Hotel in Philadelphia, 7 to 9 p.m. The MM Army will be there, and tickets for the MMRBQ every 15 minutes. Friday, 7 to 9 p.m., Live Casino. Make sure you stop by. We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back.
Preston and Steve
on 93.3 W.
So, Dancing with the Stars host Tyra Banks had a major wardrobe malfunction that may have escaped viewers' notice.
Nice beaver.
Are we sure that's what it was?
The 46-year-old told E.T.
I can see a beaver.
I think it was the 3rd or 4th episode. I walk out, my hand is on my back, and I was holding my dress together. It was not zipped up. And I did not have on any of my jewelry.
OMG.
Yeah,
what is that, the Muppets between your legs?
Yes.
Actually, she does look kind of bare without jewelry.
Yeah, you're right, because they usually bling them up on that show.
Well, she's been a complete success during this whole run with the screwing up stuff right and left. And
she must have been rushed for whatever reason. Remember my wardrobe malfunction when my knocker fell out?
No. Excuse me?
Was it dancing?
Salsa
Yeah, I
dancing.
remember.
It was a halter top, so it clipped behind my neck.
Yeah.
And I was in the middle of a performance, and it snapped off, and it literally just fell down. And I remember the move. I had to drop to the floor in like a count or two, and so I went down early. And like I remember my partner looking at me like, "What are you doing?" And I had probably 1 or 2 seconds to put the snap back together, and sure enough, it happened, and I put it together, and I was ready to go right after. I don't know how that happened.
Were you at Parks or something like that?
No, I was at the dance studio La Luna in Ben Salem, and it was on video, and we did have the video, but I made the guy who had the video kind of blur out my nips.
Nips didn't show,
So you'll never know if they're pink or brown.
Damn it, we were so close.
No, okay, so my nips didn't show.
I was at a friend's wedding one time, and there was a couple out on the dance floor, and this woman's boob was there just dancing along. Her boob's just hanging out. She had no idea. No idea.
Dude, those things
Somebody eventually said something to her.
They're so tight, and like sometimes it just like pops out the top, and you don't even know.
Well, my wife's old roommate she was wearing a top that was so loose that we were. It was like a Saturday morning. We were on the back patio having a coffee. She must have like bent over for something, and then she came back up and full on. She didn't even know. I had to be like, "Yo, dude,
your boob
is," because like I guess like the nipple kind of got caught underneath the neck of the shirt. It was the neck of the shirt had come down.
That is a loose-ass shirt.
That is a loose-ass shirt. I was like, dude, you're...
I just got...
Your boobs are hanging out! Just one.
I just got a text from the guy who has the video, and he said those were the days.
Yes, they were.
Giving the gift is more important, I think, than the receiving.
So I'll get some things from my wife. She'll say, here's something that I like, and here's something, and so I will get some good gift ideas. But the ones that I'm more excited about are the ones that go, you know what, man? She didn't ask for this. I don't even know if she even knows that this thing exists, but I think she would like this.
I have a couple on the list this year that I'm really excited about. Sometimes you go for it, and sometimes it'll be like, oh. And like, I missed on that one.
Oh, dude, Rochelle told me that she's like, there's one gift I'm really excited to give to you. And I'm like, There's nothing that I'm excited to give you. Oops.
So
do you have something?
Oh, yeah, I have several things.
All right.
I have several things. But there's
She's gonna
nothing
love
that's
them.
like, wow, is she going to freak out when she gets this? You know what
Preston,
I mean?
I don't know if you've seen it, and it might be a last-minute thing to add to the list. It is a it's a dildo mounted on like a machine gun thing.
All right, hear him out. Hear him out.
It's like a machine gun truck. You've seen those.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
They look like
expensive, though.
the perfect holiday gift.
You know what? You can't put a price tag on love.
No, it's a gift that keeps on giving all year.
Yes.
Wait, Steve, let me ask you a question.
Oh, it's got a pull start?
Yeah,
oh, my God. Son of a bitch.
Yeah.
Bastard's powerful.
There you go. The automatic.
Oh, my God.
Scaling toys.
Oh, it's real?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Oh, jeez.
Come on, Kat.
What were you going to say?
Come on, man.
Yeah,
think I'm
I'm
talking about
sorry.
here?
I don't know what I was thinking.
I'm an influencer for this stuff.
Steve. Oh my God, that would be amazing.
The machine gun dildo company contacted me and said, "Let's collab."
Let's collab. DM me.
All right, another fact that we learned from
the Just Saying Institute,
the last
located over 200 sprawling acres in West Virginia.
the last decade from researchers. If your ex wants to be friends, they might be a psychopath.
If your ex wants to be friends, that's sign of being a psychopath, possibly?
In 2016, researchers from Oakland University in Michigan found that people with the so-called dark triad personality traits like narcissism and psychopathy, I guess is how you say it.
He's a member of the dark triad.
Like Cobra?
I'm going to have to take him out.
Often keep their exes.
He's the disease. I'm the ex-boyfriend.
No, they often keep their exes around for calculating, self-serving purposes.
Okay.
A desire for continued sexual access, financial help, or a need to still exert some control over a former partner were among key reasons for maintaining contact, especially for men. These are facts, yes, from the Just Saying Institute.
From the Just Saying Institute.
That
we end up just saying things at the Just Saying Institute.
That we have found out over the last 10 years about relationships and
That's a decade.
love and sex and all that stuff. So how about this one? Speaking of sex, that sexual afterglow that you feel after sex will last about 48 hours.
Really?
Yeah.
You mean
longer for you, Cather?
No, it seems to diminish pretty quickly.
Are you sure? Because you have to clean up right after.
off of me. Get it off of me. But the glow, get it off.
It's like it's like you've sat in the bedroom with me.
Get it off. You have this glow. It's the light refracting off of it.
It's shimmering and shiny.
Get it off.
It's glazy.
I look like a Krispy Kreme.
So you're generally in a better...
Get your blanket and pillow. You're sleeping on the couch.
You're generally in a better mood after sex thanks to a flood of endorphins and other feel-good hormones released post-climax. The positive effects of getting laid last up to 2 days. And that the feeling can help couples bond over time.
I always let out a big sigh when I close the laptop.
Says there might
clear history and
there might be.
Erase the history.
What's on Google News?
There might be an evolutionary reason for the 48-hour shelf life. 48 hours is roughly the same amount of time that A, conception is maximized, B, it takes sperm concentrations to be restored to peak levels.
Do we have to guess which one?
And C, no, these things all happen.
All the above.
And C, sperm remain maximally viable in the female reproductive tract. So all that happens over 48 hours, and it's all
You're
apparently.
the semen. I'm the afterglow.
Just let him be here.
All right.
Let him be here. That's Cobra. That's Cobra.
I apologize.
He's a professor at the Just Saying Institute.
I didn't know.
Oh, my God. All right.
Just Saying Institute. I'm a professor teaching classes daily.
Let's take a look at the NJM Insurance Group traffic. What's going on, Kath?
So we have looks like an accident on 95 northbound.
So I had to fake like I was having stomach problems a little while ago. What time is it, 7? Yeah, so a little less than an hour ago, I acted like I had some stomach problems so that this time around, it would be more believable. So these guys have no clue what's going on.
The right lane is blocked with an accident. We're also slowing from the Boulevard out to Belmont, and then from the Blue Road to 202 eastbound side, slowing from the Blue Road into Belmont, and then Montgomery to South Street 422.
So what's going to happen now is I'm going to end up outside, above the 4th floor, outside the windows of the Preston and Steve show. And they have no clue what I'm doing. They think I'm taking a dump.
And then in New Jersey, 42 north backs up from the Black Horse Pike to 295, 55 northbound jams Deptford to 42. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
Preston, may I ask you, take a gander out the window there?
Uh-huh.
Oh,
Hey,
my
man.
God. Oh, my God.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, my God. What the
That's
hell?
good.
What the hell?
No, that's Casey. I thought it was just a dude working out there.
He's got a helmet on.
Hang on, let me explain. We have construction going on in our building, and it happens to be outside of.
Yeah, the second you started to exert yourself, and that's one of those things. Like I know, for example, my inverters, my HVAC system in the house, they were working extra to pull the humidity out of the air, you know?
You were talking about the end of the week, and it's looking better because the lows are going to be in the 50s overnight, and that's usually a pretty good indication that you're going to be able to open up the windows and have it be a little bit cooler and a lot less humid by Friday and Saturday.
Makes a big difference.
Yeah.
So 85 today and clouds, so at least you don't have the sun beating down with that humidity out there. But tomorrow is when the real humidity hits in the form of rain. So we've got the leftovers of Hurricane Ida in our region, and so it's going to be, some thunderstorms and stuff like that for the course of the day. High 73, and then some rain in the morning on Thursday, high 74. But the really good outlook is Friday and Saturday, mid to upper 70s as of now, mostly sunny skies. So that's a holiday weekend. That's the last hurrah of the summer.
Yeah.
So hopefully the weather will cooperate for all of those days.
I used to put up my Halloween decorations.
We'll see. Already. It's getting here. So anyhow, Pierre Robert is in attendance. How you doing today?
Fine, thank you.
Is it indeed still muggy out today? Because you've just come in.
It's nice.
Really?
Nice, good.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of neutral, which I will take any day of the week.
Rather than a horrible storm like Ida. Yeah. Mm-hmm. We don't need that.
Gosh, those folks down there are having it rough because they've still got 1 million people without power, and it instantly goes back to the normal temperatures, which are 80, 90 degrees with intense humidity.
Right. Incredible humidity.
And, no air conditioning in so many of those places, plus, all that water laying around.
I remember when I first started going, because I'd go do colleges in New Orleans and in and around the area in Louisiana when I was doing stand-up. And the first time you turn on the tap water and you can smell the water, it's like, wow. Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
But, all right, well, we're getting set for you to come in. Do you want to do the letter here?
Yes.
Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, and the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter
H as in Henry.
All right, and we are going to give away a pair of tickets to see Guns N' Roses at the Hard Rock Hotel, live at the Estes Arena inside the Hard Rock Hotel in Casino, Atlantic City. And it's Sunday, September 12th. We'll also give you a hotel room for the night, and it is the closest you're going to get to seeing them in a club-size venue. Tickets for the September 12th show are on sale now. Information at hardrockhotelatlanticcity.com. So we'll give that away actually on Thursday. What's up on today's radio program?
I thank you for asking. It's Double Shot Tuesday, first of all, so double shots throughout the day. Only 2 days till you guys kick off the A to Z, which you've never kicked off before.
No, first time. We're very excited. Yeah.
What time? What will be the first song? What time?
I don't know.
What time will it be? I don't know what it will be, but it will be right after we do the news, I assume.
Yeah.
So around 6:20, something like that. Yeah.
All right.
That's it.
Excellent. That's
up and at 'em, Pierre. We'll expect you to be there.
Well, I'll have been up a few hours before that.
Of course, yeah.
Exercising.
I just wasn't sure if by then you'd be taking a nap already after
well,
working.
sometimes I have to.
Right, okay.
You work that hard, you got to sleep.
Yeah, I got you.
Anyway, on the program today, you've got Shine Down in the workforce blocks. And we've got 2 bands, each getting their own block. That will be at the Mann Music Center tonight up on the Skyline stage. That is the Dropkick Murphys and Rancid. These guys have toured together before, and they have a great time. Last time I saw them, Rancid opened, and then Dropkick Murphys came on. Each band filled with high energy, great vibes. And then at the end, they came on together and did a set together, which was really cool. I think they covered AC/DC or, I don't know what it was. I can't remember what it was, but I do remember it was a marvelous time. So we'll do a block of Dropkick and then a block of Rancid, or a block of Rancid and then a block of Dropkick, depending on my mood at the time.
It's your show. You can do whatever the hell you want.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Nice. All right, so today's Tuesday. We got to give away our tattoo. We had you texting all morning long the word tattoo, and now we have randomly chosen a winner. And the next person to get a Preston and Steve themed tattoo is Kevin Benz of Northeast Philadelphia. So Mr. Benz, yes, gets a $350 gift certificate for Floating World Tattoo and Piercing. Tattoo Day on the Preston and Steve Show is presented by Floating World Tattoo and Piercing, 1729 South Street in Philadelphia. For artwork samples, you can visit floatingworldtattoos.com or also go to Instagram and type in @floatingworldtattoos and you will find them. I would like to thank our sponsors. Today's program has been brought to you, by Dungan, the official coffee of the Preston and Steve Show. Also by BTY by Citadel. Oh, brought to you. I told them to stop doing that.
Yeah, they need to stop that.
Greatness.
But thank you. Brought to you by Citadel Credit Union, committed to building strength together to build a better future for us all. Tomorrow's program, it's a Wednesday. Fox Good Day, Secret Text Word, and comedian Cameron Esposito will be joining us. So that is it. We are done. Rage on and have a great day. And we'll see you tomorrow, my friend.